Hello, everyone. Um, Welcome to the Avoiding Sunburn Circuit Opener. I wanted to name it something that was indicating the time of year in Australia. We have 12 people playing today. We're doing double-sided Swiss, 4 rounds with a top cut. Would anyone who happens to be watching mind letting me know if you can actually hear me at all? We're starting. Oh, cool. We're starting in about 2 minutes. I will briefly try to show you the types of identities that people have chosen today. Lat is very popular. Also ob, and other than that, it's like a couple or a single one. So there's a really wide variety on the corpse. In a moment, because I am in Australia and a lot of the players are in Australia, and I'd like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that I am streaming from, and many people are playing from today. Where I am streaming, the traditional owners are the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and I'd like to pay my respects to the elders, past and present. And I would also like to acknowledge any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people who are here now or who watch this stream back later. I think we are just about to begin, and I rolled randomly, and let's see if they mind if I stream. Okay. Radio. So we're watching the Patrician, and he is on Freedom Kamalo and versus Head Moths, and they are playing Ob. And we have already had multiple runs and some ice protection. There is something in server 1 with an advancement. We already see 2 hedge funds and a half run in the bin, and Freedom Kamalo has used Steelskin Scaring, Nobcurie is in the bin, Imp, Daily Casts, and the prize. So just catching up, the Patrician made a run on R&D, installing Cleaver, also has a Consume out, a Fermenter, and a Simulchip. That's an ice and a item into server 1. I note the Patrician's only got 1 credit at the moment, but lots of cards in hand. Head Moths has 8 credits. That was a run on R&D, also a virus counter on Consume, gaining money, installing Trickster Taka. Head Moths has Rashida Jahim, not using at the moment. Ob's ability. So quite a few cards in hand. That would be 7 cards in HQ for head moths. Just contemplating them for the moment. Just showing, okay, and Audacity is also in archives. So that's 2 new cards put into server 1. Gaining a credit. Did I mention that the Patrician has Trickster Tucker out? Anyway, that is true. Bahia Bands coming down into R&D, choosing to draw 2 cards, and installing a card from Grip. What's it going to be? It's a Buzzsaw. Also a Daily Cast's installed. No credits at the moment for the Patrician. How did I miss the fact that Headmoths has scored a Project Atlas? Anyhow, there's an Atlas with a counter. Headmoths is now Resin the Virus and also a Takana. Purging virus counters, which is really quite difficult for someone who's playing Freedom Kumalo. Advancing, up to 3 advancements. And scoring an Azief protocol, which has resulted in the Hippo and the Twinning both being trashed. Using Takana to install a Winchester that's on HQ. Paladin Poemu is getting installed on the Patrician side, running into R&D again. Taking a card at the end. Still on only 1 credit, but I guess the Corp is only on 4 credits. Something is being installed into server 1. Advanced twice, and that is a hostile takeover, which is scored. This is quite brisk to 5 agenda points, I must say. Takana is being used to install envelopment on HQ. So the Patrician using the price to trash Bahia Bands, Fermenter, Shore Gamble, and Steelskin Scarring. Then installing Fermenter. And thinking, which is very fair enough. Putting down a leech and then running R&D again. And being rewarded with a Azief protocol. Going in again to R&D. Also increasing leeches counters as we're doing all of this. Mandatory draw and something straight into server 1. Patrician saying good game already. Yes. So it's another atlas, and that's the game for head moths. Well done. One moment. We might follow these players on their next game. I'll just get ready for that in just a moment. Okay, going to get ready to stream. And here we are again. So this one is the Patrician on Ag Infusion and Head Moths on Yesa Afontov. Just getting ready and wishing good luck. Okay, so starting with an ice install on HQ and then just moneying up. Yesa is beginning with drawing Shore Gamble, Ghost Tongue, which will allow a lot of events and also is the core damage, and Banha, which is going to be used for getting into various servers. Alright, so the Patrician is responding with an ice and an item into server 1. Also a draw, I think, at the end. So Banha is set to target server 1 at the moment. Just drawing an extra card. Installing Marrow, which is a very key piece of Yesa's setup, and sabotaging 2. And the Patrician is deciding the sabotage will be 1 from HQ and 1 from R&D. And Air Blades, which is a Shaper card, is also being installed. Right, the Patrician reses and then uses Spin Doctor. Putting something, but 2 things into server 1. Just drawing up again twice. It's a family show. And Raindrops Cut Stone into server 1. That reveals an Anansi, which I guess everyone was expecting. So this is going to be net damages or net damages, fundamentally, with Banha's effect on that server. What we're seeing going into the bin is another Air Blades, Sorry Many Things, Lamb and Behemoth are probably the most important items that have been lost at the moment, playing a Shore Gamble to end. And of course drawing 3 cards with the Raindrops Cut Stone. So the Corp in response is moneying up and installing a further item into server 1. So that's 3 items in serve and 1 at the moment. Banha this time is going to be targeting HQ. And just drawing up again to 6 cards in hand. Using Strike Fund to gain 4. Head Moths is up to 15 credits versus the Patrician's 2 credits at the moment. Patrician putting an ice on R&D and like further gaining money. The end. Banha is not targeting anything at the moment, which is kind of interesting. Drawing a card. Now, how did this interaction work? Where did the core damage come from? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Justushka has been lost. And right, Running Hot. Running Hot was played, gaining 3 extra clicks. Steelskin. Oh, 1 from Ghost Tongue, 1 from Marrow, 1 from Running Hot. Thank you so much, dear. Many, many cards in hand. That's actually 8. Moshing. Moshing getting used there. Also gaining money up to 20 credits. Installing a Dr. Nuka. Frolic. And where am I up to? Just pausing for a moment to think. Sorry about background noise in here. Just a moment. Right. So, sorry for slight interruption. What the Patrician did was res La Costa, gain some money, also installing ice on that server 1. And of course, with La Costa, something has been advanced. Banha is targeting R&D at the moment. Drawing up with Dr. Frolic. And a pinhole going into archives, which is trashing the La Costa grid. Okay, that's a Bergamot coming down with like a 6 at the moment due to the amount of core damage. Right, and just turning back. Nope. There was a run on archives. Let's have a look at what was in archives. Several La Costa, a Mindscaping, Sheeta Spin, we knew about these, Anansi, and a Conjin. Patrician continuing to just money up at 5 credits at the moment. Banha targeting R&D this time. Getting a card from Dr. Nuka. Well, no, not one card. 3 cards. Installing a new version of Dr. Nuka. Also a dirty laundry. Playing Strike Fund and gaining 4. Right, the patrician is playing Hedge Fund, advancing twice. So 7 credits at the moment. So Headmoth's frequently having the credit lead here, but I mean the 3 in server 1 is certainly threatening. Again, using Dr. Frolic, and then labour rights. Trashing Airblades, a finality, and a dirty laundry. So this is labour rights. Choosing 3 cards back, I would say. And putting Airblades, 2 sets of Airblades and a pinhole threading back into from the heap to the stack. Yep, and drawing something. Installing Buzzsaw. And just gaining 1 to end the turn. So we'll see whether anything happens with this advanced item in server 1. Further advances, and that's an off-world office score, which will probably be very nice, because I think the patrician has been having a little trouble with money. Marrow is of course being used to sabotage, and there's another item going into server 1 and an ice going onto archives. Banhar's targeting R&D at the moment, and again using up Dr. Nuka's benefits, putting out an Airblades. Oops. Sorry, and yep, installing a Marrow. Pinhole threading, which was one of the ones that I guess Headmoths wanted back, has been trashed due to core damage. And sabotaging too. The patrician choosing the sabotage is coming from R&D. So retaining whatever 2 cards are in HQ. I guess that's not as much choice. Advancing twice. And then ending with just a credit. Headmoths is drawing up twice. And I guess contemplating whether server 1 would be a good target or not at the moment. Whether you want to investigate. Okay, there's a Light the Fire, which will certainly get rid of many things. And just losing a Raindrops Cut Stone. Okay, so that in server 1 was a bacterial programming. And there'll probably be a pause now while the patrician looks through the top 7 cards of R&D. So I mean, at the moment you'd wonder if 5 agenda points is quite a good lead, but you never know what Yessa can do. Alright, Sabotaging 1, which is a card trashed from HQ. And let's see how Head Moths responds to that. At the moment, 3 cards in hand and 11 credits. And yes, I agree. This is the thinking time. Archives, if you're wondering, has, let's see, is that 4 face downs in it? Okay, wanting to undo. Yeah, the Banha and wanting to target no server. Just be a moment while players arrange that. Right, all sorted now. So starting by drawing up to 4 in hand. I notice the stack is empty. Right, so there's a lamb out, which I'm sure is a bit of a relief. And we are also using labor rights, as you might guess, with the empty stack. So refilling it. So the things that went in were labor rights, legwork, and finality. Just gaining credit to end that turn. Right, so this is a Mindscaping being played. No tags, of course. And something installed in, well, no, 2 things installed into server 1. I guess the light the fire is still available. Banha is not targeting any server at the moment. That's not how Head Moths wants to get in. Okay, so this is a legwork to access additional cards in HQ, and we see the Tattoo Bowler, nice raised. Not terribly expensive to get into HQ at the moment, but of course Tattoo Bowler allows you to replace with some other ice. Seeing Vampiro Nasa, Tier, and Mindscaping in HQ, which I suppose gives an idea of the ice. Only 1 card in grip at the moment, I guess. Using Finality and seeing R&D, which has another Tattoo Bowler on it. Again, not terrifically expensive to go into R&D. And getting a bacterial programming and 3 agenda points. And of course this might take a little bit longer to consider, again, because bacterial programming is just one of those cards that makes people think every time they see it, because looking at the top 7 cards of R&D and adjusting them, trashing them, arranging them takes a bit of thought. Quite a few cards going into HQ apparently, so it's up to 7 in hand. So Headmoth still seeing further cards in R&D. No indication of what they are, but doesn't look like they're the type of cards like Snare that you have to show, so that's interesting. A teeny resed on an archives run, going into archives and seeing what is there, getting an off-world office, so that's evened up the points to 5 apiece. 2 items. Yep. So there were 2 new items in server 1, weren't there? So yep, but I'm getting ahead of myself because Headmoth still has 1 click left and 1 credit. The economies have changed quite a lot with Headmoth not having a lot of cards available. The stack is empty again with 2 cards in hand. 6 core damage taken at this stage. So Patrician resing La Costa, of course using that for an advancement counter, Your Digital Life and Hedge Fund, and also a ice on that server 1. It really feels like this game is getting down to the wire, if you know what I mean. And so probably a bit more thinking through each turn and the best place to attack, because both of the ice on R&D and HQ are unknown, plus 3 ice on the server 1, 2 unknown. So probably a lot to consider. Okay, Benha again not really wanting to use that very much. And then continuing to probably contemplate all of the different options, depending on what server 1 is, what that advanced card is, and it may, of course, not even be an agenda at all, but depending on what that is, this could be the last or almost last turn of this game. Maybe. Sorry, so it's labour rights again. Let's see, does Jinteki.net show what people are contemplating putting back in? Because that will be a very interesting choice. What can go back in? Probably looking at a strike fund, maybe? Okay, so it was 2 strike funds and a legworks. Excuse me, I'll close that. Just drawing, so at 3 at the moment. Going into HQ, we'll find out what the new ice is, maybe. Just allowing straight pass, accessing a mindscaping, using strike pen's benefits to gain 4, placing a 2nd advancement, 3rd advancement. That's the game. That was a bacterial programming. Well done. So that's both corpse winning at the moment. I'll just be a moment. and we'll see whether we have time to view another game or not really. Yeah, looks like we've still got 33 minutes. Let's see what table. I'm just randomizing it at the moment. While I'm here, I'll just show you the pairings that we've got. So I was... okay. Just randomizing again because I got 3 and that's not going to be helpful to anyone. Okay, just a moment. Let me see if I can get into another game. Just giving me a moment because sometimes people can be in the middle of a game and don't feel like it at all. Nope, that's all good. One moment. So we're going into a game with Chaos Juggler. She is playing Precision Design here. One server with 3 ice, and we can see a resed Bran, and we are getting a Gatekeeper res on HQ, and there is also ice on R&D and a Rashida in the bin, and Haver of Fun has been using Overclock to get into HQ. They're playing Lat, and they've got Anacam, Cleaver, just a sec, K2 CP Turbine, and Echelon and Buzzsaw out. Using Gatekeeper to draw 3 cards. Oh, I didn't mention, in the bottom of server 1 I can see a Regolith and a Tranquility. Okay, and not being able to get in. All right, so something new into server 1, Regolith being used up, and so that means Chaos Juggler is at 13 and Haver of Fun is at 3. Yes, and I should point out that the card in server 1 got an advancement, whatever that card is. Haver of Fun drawing several cards, then playing Rigging Up to get a Takobi down. So that's probably all of the rig that you'd be expecting. Legwork being used to get into HQ, seeing a Drafter and a Mavirus. Purging virus counters, but that's not really... Oh, and Ikua being accessed, but not possible to steal it, unfortunately. Okay, so that was advancements and an architect deployment test being scored. This is another one where you look through the top cards of R&D, so that does take a little bit of time to consider. Installing and resing a Spin Doctor. Of course, that gives a Tranquility Home Grid benefit and extra cards. And Rashida Yahim was taken out of archives and put into HQ. And that's 9 cards in HQ at the moment, so that'll be a... Sorry, I just noticed. Wonder how I ban that? Yeah. Sorry about the spam, but I'm not quite sure how I would ban that at the moment. That is going to require a bit more thinking than I've got, and I've lost where I am. Okay, so we had a diesel to draw cards, some creative commission for money, discarding a symbol chip at the end of the turn. I did not want to watch a tutorial on mod view, I can tell you. Right, I have completely lost track of where I am in the game. Okay, so there was a spin doctor, and then we've got something advanced in server 1, and Haver of Fun on Lat is currently coming in, finding 2 gatekeepers. Now negotiating brown, which is not the easiest. I'm sorry, I will just scroll. Some thinking went on during there. Sorry, I was doing also some thinking. We are currently stopped. The brown only 2 credits is not so easy, and 1 click left, but you do have to worry, of course, that Chaos Juggler may be trying to advance the Ikawa that we saw earlier on, and that requires at least a click to spare if you want to steal it. Yeah, I agree. Accessing a remote without Ikawa money, it is comment. Yes, it doesn't seem ideal, but I mean, it may not be. Just a moment, players having a moment. Yeah, I will just take a moment to check how we are going time-wise. 23 minutes is still a lot of time to think through and play the game, although I don't know whether this is the first or the second game. Who knows? Probably the second, though, it feels like. It feels like we actually came in round about the beginning. At the moment, only the 2 points scored. I'm probably just waiting on a player to get to be ready again. Okay, back again. Right, using Cleaver and also Takobi. Is this a get through or this is not a get through? breaking the 2 and the runs, but allowing the install of ice potentially, if I haven't mistaken it, which on a quite big server could make it even bigger, and just having a moment to think there. Yes, that's probably very much needed. HQ or archives. Do we see anything? No, we don't know if there's ice in archives or not. Could be anything. Something else has been installed. So that's now 5 ice on that server, and okay, it was a drafter. It's getting rezzed. Yes, that probably takes a bit of thought about whether you want to continue this particular run or not. 1 credit at the moment, although a number of cards that may help you get through. All right, going through with Echelon. Breaking the installing further cards from HQ and archives. I can kind of see why. Let's see if this last ice gets rezzed. No. Okay, that was an off-world office, so that play did very much pay off. It wasn't an Ikwa. And so that's 2 agenda points all. And also quite a bit of knowledge now about what the ice is. Something going straight into server 1. Of course, giving the tranquility grid benefit and then further money. So the corp is at 5 at the moment, and the runner is doing dirty laundry into archives also to money up. Mavara is still there, but that's not really causing an issue. And Akam, of course, giving its benefit on an event that is trashed. So the runner is at 5 cards in hand at the moment. Probably contemplating 6 cards, actually. Oh, that was a sure gamble. Right, so we find out that the card that was in server 1 is Rashida Yahim, giving the corp plenty of cards to choose from. That's 10, something going straight into server 1. 2 things going straight into server 1. Oh, maybe that's not right. Maybe we're just going to have an undo. Greasing the palm, and then using greasing the palm to also install. So money going up to 12 credits for the corp at the moment. We may be just having a slight double check, but anyhow, so in the end, greasing the palm, and there's two items in server 1 that are unknown and tranquility. And let's see what the last click for the corp is. It's an advancement on one of those cards in server 1. So that's quite the challenge. And the runner is deciding to legwork HQ, going through Gatekeeper relatively easily, seeing an hedge fund, seamless launch, spin doctor. Seamless launch, of course, quite useful. Drawing up rapidly from the runner, wanting to get extra hand size with a T400 memory diamond, which is not always the most frequent of the cards. Lat, of course, having benefits in relation to cards. So that was an Ikwa scored. Right, and there's something new in server 1. quite threatening. So that's 5 agenda points for the corp and 2 for the runner at the moment. Oh, and a hush coming down onto the unknown ice. Oh, yep, there you go. Yes, Rodham. Yeah, the extra and you, and it could be thoughts about a conduit. That's very true. At 3 clicks here and having a bit of a think, which is very fair enough. Oh, possibly an undo on the hush. Is that right? Yep. We're not going to, or we're going to something else. Probably is quite a tricky turn because did we see the seamless get used? I'm not sure. Okay, we've got a Maker's Eye. Res Drafter. That's probably possible to go through. Using Echelon there. On the install. So the add card is okay. Add card is happening. Seeing multiple cards, but doesn't seem like anything to steal on the top of R&D at the moment. 2 clicks left to contemplate that, and Diesel to draw further cards. Is it like a legwork or something that they're looking for, or maybe some other type of easier access or multi-access? 1 click left for that. And 2 credits. So an Ikawa would be slightly difficult. Okay, just gaining 1 and whoa. Okay, game's over. That was an architect deployment test in the server, and of course the seamless launch makes it possible to do within 1 turn. Great game. We will leave the players now. I will just see if there's any other available games, but I think we will not be going to the other available game. I think it's really winding down at the moment. So I might give you a little bit of music. I'll just explain during this time, we've got about 14 minutes before the round ends. I'll just explain that in the intermission times, we have a guessing game. People who wanted to answered 4 simple questions, and people who are in the chat and watching this, if you want to try and match up the people, 1 moment, and I'll just start showing you. So if you want to match up the people, I think it's A through to M with the players that you can see in the Cobra. I will let you know that I put my answers in, Crawl put his answers in, so those two people aren't in the Cobra. But we're playing a little bit of a guessing game here, and at the end of the day, I'll cycle this multiple times, but at the end of the day, if you wanted to DM me who you think is who, and I have a very small prize for you. So, yep, I will just put some music on for the last little bit and allow the final game to play out. They don't wish to be streamed, which is perfectly okay. Okay, hello again everyone. I will just gently pause that music for myself. We'll have this screen showing again in a moment, but I think that the new pairings are all up. Let's see where we might go. What am I thinking we might see? Just one moment. People making their tables at the moment, so we're not late on anything. Around about 3 minutes until we can see some games. What I might do is just show you for a moment what we've got on Cobra. These are the games that are going on, and I'll just show you the outcome of round 1 just in case you were wanting to check that out. And now will just be a few minutes while people all get into their games. I think it would be nice to see if we can see someone we have not looked at before. That's interesting. That is probably going to be table 1. I'll just check if they're okay if I stream. Just a sec. They're just waiting for a moment. Hasn't quite started off yet. Okay, we will be streaming this table in just a moment. Yep. Just double checking the Discord and if there's anything I need to know. And then we will be having a look at this matchup. I'll let you take a look, but I think it's not time to start just yet. So this would be Augustus Caesar on Sable versus E. Bentel on the outfit. Okay, and we're starting off. So the outfit is starting with 2 ice, one on server 1 and something put into server 1, and the other ice is going on HQ. And I'll just show you the outfits text, hopefully, and we're starting out with a Bravado into HQ, and the Afshar is getting rezzed. So that's ending the run. By the way, I didn't note there's an info bounty out. Straight into server 1 and finding the Rashida Jahim and trashing that. So the Corp is just moneying up for a turn, and then Al-Makwa and Bankroll also coming down, and we can see Carpe Diem going into R&D because very beneficial. Sable has chosen R&D, also using info bounty for gaining money and bankroll, and this is going to be quite a rich Sable, I feel. Okay, we've got an item in server 1 and an ice onto R&D, which you can kind of see why that would be the case, and just an extra credit to finish off with. So eBental is at 6 credits and Augustus Caesar is also at 6 credits, right? Augustus Caesar is guessing that that's a Valentau, but I mean, who knows? And just having a contemplation here, I guess, as to whether try and get into R&D. Sable has again got R&D as the random mark, or possibly server 1, or I suppose HQ. Also Almaqua, you could increase that, but we're doing a sure gamble, and then a bravado, and yeah, it is Valentau. Going through. Quite a good money effect, just drawing up to finish in the end. So Augustus Caesar at 15, 3 cards. Let's see what here is. Here it's Ginger City Grid in server 1. And I'm sorry I missed a too big to fail, which of course does synergize really with the outfit very well. Also a government subsidy, quite a lot of money there. Revealing the Arquette. Right, so there's a dirty laundry going into HQ. Too bad publicity at the moment. Past the Afshar. Found a priority construction in HQ. Dirty laundry and info bounty combining for quite a lot of money. There's a diversion of funds coming down to also increase money, and we've got a pinhole coming into archives to get rid of the Ginger City Grid. Bankroll gradually accumulating at 5 at the moment. But so far, both players have quite a lot of money in this game. Drawing, and then the corp is drawing and then placing something into server 1. Trashing tree line to advance whatever the second ice on server 1 is by 3. There's some quite nasty ice options there. Drawing twice and then installing another bankroll. Also gaining money with info bounty. That was an archives run to satisfy Sable and responded with an ice going on to archives. Draw and accredit the other things during that turn. And the runner also drawing up 1. So 4 cards in hand. Going to HQ again. That is not Sable's mark. The mark is archives. Of course, getting benefits, and the big benefit is stealing a send the message. What that is revealing is an Anansi being rezzed on the archives, which is an interesting influence spend. We're having another diversion of funds coming down. So that means the runner is now on 21 and the corp is on 10. The corp just taking the time to purge all viruses. Of course, that makes it difficult for the Almakwa now, and we're seeing Unity there to go through into HQ. Finding a surveyor. One moment, I've obviously clicked the wrong thing in HQ. And a Mystic Mamie being installed for the end of the turn. Another ice going onto HQ. And then several cards are drawn. Cards are drawn by the runner. Sorry, the corp actually got a credit there. Lots of draw from the runner and installing the class act, which of course continues the lots of draw. We have got a secure and protect out, which I didn't notice. I'm very sorry about that. Revealing Oduduwa and installing it on R&D. And we also had a hedge fund in there that I missed. Okay, Shore Gamble. And then Hermes are being put out, so that will make scoring a little more difficult. We've also got an echelon. And going through a trebuchet. That was good timing on the echelon. Perhaps that was something that was revealed earlier. Going through into R&D, seeing the surveyor again, possibly, or possibly another surveyor, who knows. Okay, so this is a regulatory capture squad with the 3 bad publicity benefit. And Hermes has put the ice that was on server 1, one of the ice that was on server 1, back into HQ. So, Shore Gamble. Readying for a run on R&D. There's one ice that's unknown, and then the Valentau. Oh no, it's not really unknown actually, is it? It's the Oduduwa. Sorry, people are playing games here. And Unity used to break that. Valentau. One unseen card and then drawing. Still 1 click left, I think. Oh, drawing again. No, 1 click left. Sorry. That was just a moment to use the class act to select the preferred card to draw. Alright, so going into server 1, there's an unknown ice and then there's nothing else in the server, probably to assist the Almakwa. And also, yes, bankroll really increasing. We have got 12 on one bankroll and 7 on the other. Really quite a bit of money, as well as 11 credits in hand. So there's an ice onto R&D. And just moneying up for the corp, but the corp is at 6 currently. Okay, so we're popping one of the bankrolls, putting out a Kurupura, wake implant, and possibly something else that I missed. Sorry about that. So going into HQ. Seeing Surveyor again, noting that HQ was one of the marks. So just drawing to finish with the last click. I guess it's a bit of a moment to consider because yes, server 1 doesn't really have a lot of ice on it, gaining an additional ice, so that's 2 unknown ice on server 1 at the moment. There's 3 ice on R&D, 2 on HQ, and 1 on archives, that 1 on archives being an Anansi. Okay, and just... did we end with moneying up a bit? Yes, we did. Okay, so now the runner is going into HQ, seeing the priority construction, which we could have seen before, I think. Going into HQ again. Almakwa at 6 currently, plus all of the other breakers out, and the runner is stealing the send the message. I wonder what will... I'm sorry, the ice on R&D, one of the ice on R&D was put into HQ with Hermes, and a trebuchet has been revealed on server 1, but there's nothing in server 1 currently. Okay, so we're going into R&D, still 2 clicks left. HQ was the mark this time, and of course we've been into HQ several times. Seeing lots of cards and hostile takeover, that's the game. What we might do is we'll just pause for a moment. Allow me to readjust my screens. Yes, that's right. And perhaps we'll have a look at this table again. Has it been remade? Yes, it does seem to be. Just check if streaming is okay. Okay, we will take a look here. Just starting out, playing really quite fast. Augustus Caesar is Reality Plus, and we've got server 1, server 2, and an ice on server 1. So, looking at the wrong screen there. Creative Commission daily casts coming out from Let, which is played by E. Bentel. Yes, I have not caught up with Reality Plus, but there's an ice going on to HQ. There was a Nico campaign in server 2. Server 3 exists, server 1 still unrevealed, and there was a Rashida. Now we've got Hermes coming down from the runner as well as a Dr. Nuka. Telework contract again to money up. Nico campaign giving a benefit, and here we have an AR enhanced security scored. Obviously a great synergy with the tags in NBN, and also quite threatening on its own if we were being honest. So there's some ice swaps thanks to Tao's ability, and I'm sorry I've lost card in server 3 went to HQ with Hermes ability. Now we're running R&D, and I've clearly missed a few other things. And that was a very beneficial run on R&D. A Project Beale got stolen. So again, using the benefits of Tau and of Hermes, and putting out a simul chip, we've got a telework contract also available. So the Nico campaign has been all used up. We're at the stage where there's 1 ice on server 1, and servers 4 and 5 have been created. Both players have a reasonable amount of money, 15 credits for the runner and 12 for the corp. Runner going into going into R&D, which is an iced, checking server 4, which is a Rashida Jahim. Of course, the AR enhanced security. But there's networking that the runner is using to avoid or remove tags at least. Overclock being put in the bin. Okay, server 1 is getting 2 items into it, plus there is an ice on HQ. Daily casts all used up at the moment, and we're seeing an Angolo backed with an overclock to get into server 1. The ice reveal there is Starlit Night. But we're not at threat 4 yet, so that is not really in effect. Managum Skunkworks being rezzed in server 1. That's one of the newer cards that was put in. Oh, and tomorrow's headline, stolen by the runner. And there was a Sand City grid in server 1 that's been trashed. Don't know whether, is it even possible to trash the Managarm? I suppose it is, yes. It is possible. Don't know whether the runner would like to. Actually, there's... No, the Managarm has been left, and the runner is ending with 1 tag. It's a bit concerning, really. But anyway, something new going into server 1, and the ice getting replaced on server 1, which is quite interesting. Just gaining some credits to end the turn. Networking removes the tag. There we go. Dirty Laundry being used on R&D, which is uniced at the moment. Drawing up to 4 cards for the end of turn for the runner. Corp also drawing cards, putting out servers 6 and 7. Right, the runner has chosen to run R&D again. Having a look at server 7. It's a Spin Doctor. I'm not sure whether the Corp is going to res this or just allow it to be, well, it's not trashed. And using telework contract at the end there. So the Corp is resing federal fundraising, which will allow them to look quite a lot at what's in R&D. Putting something in server 1, putting something and making a new server 8. And 1 click left. Okay, so that's going to be another ice on server 1. The runner is putting out Dr. Nuka and using her benefits promptly, so quite a lot of cards in hand. Running server... Anyhow, it was a federal fundraising. Running server 8, which is another federal fundraising unresed. Daily casts coming down. Okay, so the 2 federal fundraisings are now being combined. In server 1, it's revealed that that was a Rashida Yahim. So the federal fundraisings are really building up the amount of cards that the corporation can look at off the top of R&D. And 8 cards in hand at the moment for the Corp. I guess that federal fundraising does increase the thinking time, and we note that there's an ice on R&D now, something in server 1 and an extra server 9. Diesel for extra cards for the runner and playing a Dirty Laundry into archives. Just showing what's in archives. Several virtual service agents have been discarded. Shipment has gone, and all Rashida Yahims gone at the moment, but there may well be spin doctors in the deck somewhere. So the runner is making a run on server 1, finding a funhouse. Able to go through that with the help of Angola. And the next card is a drafter. Quite a few of the HB cards are the influence spend. However, with the benefit of Angola, the runner is able to get through there. We see a B1001 res in server 5, which has been waiting there for a while. Telework contract installed. That's actually the second one, isn't it? Yeah. Federal fundraising being used quite a lot to look at the top of R&D. Rearrangements, 1 draw in the federal fundraising, and then the start of turn draw. Oh, so overall 8 cards in hand for the corp. Let's see. Right, servers 10 and 11 exist, and a new ice has been put on server 5, which was the B1001. Runner promptly using Dr. Nuka. Both players are really drawing very, very hard. Let's see. Yeah, sort of approximately similar in stack. Okay, so it's a lamb that is the runner's other breaker. Using telework contract and creative commission. And also I forgot there's a symbol chipper out. Right, one of the items in server 10 that is resed is the Maryland campaign. Again, federal fundraising giving its benefits. The corp is at 3 credits at the moment and the runner at 14 credits. And just the usual contemplation with federal fundraising and drawing several cards. Right, okay, zoom out again. A really small server 12 has been created. And then the corp ending with just gaining credits. No movement on the items in server 1 for a little while there. Or actually the other servers. So the runner checking server 12, just created, it's a Maryland. Checking server 11 as well, that turns out to be a Mavirus, which doesn't have particularly big effect at the moment. But it is trashed, meaning AR, enhanced security, gives a tag. Reality Plus taking money with the tag. Right, so the runner now going after B1001. And we see the ice that is protecting its ping. The runner accumulating to, okay, using networking to remove 1 tag. Maryland getting resed, also a spin doctor. Getting resed and putting back the shipment from Vladisibirsk and something or other else that is unseen. Federal fundraising again. So we've gone from quite a bit unprotected on the corpse side to actually quite a lot protected. Still not knowing what server 7 is doing. Just a moment. So let me just check where I have gone. We're getting an install for server 13. Quite a bit of contemplation here, unless I'm much mistaken. Noticing... Oh, right. Maybe going to undo that one. Okay, so instead, something has been placed into server 5, which was where the B1001 was, and also a self-growth program, and returning both breakers to the group, which is annoying. Also an Oppo getting played, to give 2 tags, and of course Reality Plus gaining money. So we've got networking usage, really to remove the tags, all of the tags. 1 click left, quite a few cards in hand, 7 I think. So we're getting the LAM reinstalled. Quite a mix of cards, but yes, okay, the LAM is chosen as the one to install. Right, we have the Maryland campaigns ticking down, still some money on both of them. I forgot to mention the liberated account. Discarded on runner side. Okay, so a project Beal has been scored from server 1 and the San City Grid resed in order to enable that. So point score size still, score-wise, still looking relatively even, 4 for the runner and 3 for the core. And now we get Tao's usage, swapping Funhouse and Ping. And Hermes is returning whatever was in server 5 to HQ. And that, of course, gives the corp an option to reconsider what has been installed and what hasn't. They could reinstall, but they could also, it looks like the corp is maybe contemplating doing something different. Okay, so server 13 got installed. Maybe the same card, maybe something different, who knows. Starting off with a telework contract and then checking out actually what is server 13. It is B1001, which is trashed. Of course, AR enhanced security activated, as well as NBN gaining money, networking being the removal of choice, and telework contract for further money. One of the Maryland campaigns is finished, one is still to go. And of course, that's a shuffling effect as well. Federal fundraising being used. Let's see how many cards drawn. 1, 2. Okay, well, anyhow, AR enhanced security being scored there. installed in server 1 and scored in the same turn. That will, of course, make tags quite challenging for the runner. There's a Spin Doctor res in server 7. Then Tau is swapping Ping and Starlit Night. So at the moment, Starlit Night and Drafter are on HQ. Starlit Night and Drafter are on server 1. We're getting a run into archives. Just having a look there, nothing really unexpected. By the way, the ping is now on HQ and the funhouse is now on the empty server 5. Right, we're going after HQ. Finding a Spin Doctor, which is not trashed. Telework contract used to gain money at the end. Federal fundraising for some reordering, although Marilyn has now just shuffled that. Oh no, the last federal fundraising is going to assist with ordering the top 3 of R&D and drawing 1. Two ice store installed on R&D, and just a sec, that was an undo click. Oh right, something has been put into server 5, protected by the funhouse. Right, the telework contract is now used up. DJ Fenris coming down and Steve Cambridge being the choice. And as you would guess, going to HQ. Sorry, just reading the comments and missed that bit. Nico campaign resed. Jai mentioning 3 fast advanceable points left in the deck. Something placed into server 1 and fast advanced. That was a Project Beal. So the corp is now at 6 points to the runner's 4. Tau is not going to be used this time. And they're really... Hermes is... Oh, one of the ice on R&D was returned to HQ with Hermes. Okay, the runner going into HQ again. Still only Lamb as the breaker at the moment, giving a choice of diesel or diesel. Using Steve Cambridge. The runner is now going after the federal fundraisings. Trashing at least one of them. I wonder whether they'll go after the next one to... the AR enhanced security is of course being very beneficial, and NBN Reality Plus getting 2. Right, so that's both federal fundraisings in the bin. And just difficulty seeing 2 tags. Yep, Okay, so not so many fast advanceable choices in the deck, and networking again being very, very handy. This time, of course, no federal fundraisings to consider, so there's an ice on R&D, a something into server 1, and an Oppo research being played. Reality Plus is continuing to just gain money whenever possible. So that's the 5 tags, if I can read correctly, for the runner. It's quite a lot. Difficult to clear all at once, actually, and 3 credits available, so not so easy, even with networking. Okay, the runner is going back into HQ. Still only 1 ice there. Did I mention there was a new item in server 1? I may not have. Alright, the runner giving a choice of overclock or overclock. And finding another ping in HQ. That choice brought to you by DJ Fenris and Steve Cambridge. Right, and playing an overclock, which we might well have expected, to get into server 1. Able to use Lamb to turn the Starlit Knight into a barrier, but probably just having to deal with the drafter as is, I think. Firing all subroutines, because there isn't really any other breakers available. Drafter being used to install Rashid Yahim. The runner does have a click, I suppose, to chase that, but not really. Well, maybe the runner's going to tag me at this stage. Right, so it's a B1001 in server 1, which is interesting. The Rashida was able to be used. Most of the runner's time actually being spent dealing with the Managam in that last one, but we're doing things rather quickly. We're doing Predictive Panagram, Shipment from Vladisibirsk, and a Bologna scored. So that's Augustus Caesar winning there as Corp. It will be a moment. I'll just let the players chat there. And we'll have a look at whether there's a lot of time left. Yeah, I think there is actually a reasonable amount of time left in the round. So let's see if we can actually catch another game. Some of the games are ending up. Would someone remind me whether we've seen both sides of that match? We have really, haven't we? We have one with eBental was on outfit and then was on lat. What I will do is I will ask, oh dear, we just went into a game which has concluded. We'll leave them be. And let's see. That one is no. That one is concluding, actually concluding quite fast this time. Oh no, it looks like we will get the other side of that match, so I might ask if we could watch. Just double checking with the players. Okay, great. It looks like we can. So who we have is Haver of Fun on lat and lane 1 form on Atea. And we're right at the beginning of the game, which is really cool. So server 1 has been created. Server 2 has an ice. Something is advanced on server 1, which is very Atea. Lat straight with the Anacam, and then the Dirty Laundry into R&D. Finding a Mavirus, which goes into the bin. Seeing what server 1 is with the 2 advancements. It was a NGO front, so of course that benefits the corp. Very useful to be in Atea. Okay, we've got 2 servers now, which is, yeah, I know, we can only have 2. So server 3 has 1 ice, a server 2 has 2 ice now, and something placed there. Lane 1 form, what? Oh no, we're doing an undo. All right. Something different is placed, but it's still in server 2. Oh, we can see it. It's a Tranquility home grid, and then something or other else on top of it. Tranquility giving just a little financial boost. Only 1 card left in HQ. Right, let's see what lat is going to do with 6 credits. Pinhole threading into HQ. Finding a Fuji asset retrieval, which can't be affected by pinhole, but is very useful information, I guess. And now I guess Haver of Fun needs to contemplate whether they're keen on getting into server 2 at the moment. Drawing up. Putting out a simul chip. And a creative commission. So not attacking this turn, possibly considering next turn. Hedge fund, 2 advances. Drawing up again for the runner. And I guess contemplating, do you want to chase server 2 or not? Another card. Hedge fund. And putting out a DJ Fenris together with Steve, which is the choice so far today. Leaving server 2. Corp drawing one card. And using Seamless Launch, which is an interesting include. Quite a lot of HB cards. That's a score on the Fuji asset retrieval. Quite a lot of HB cards splashed, really. Drawing up for the runner. And playing Rigging Up to get out the K2CP turbine. I think because we've seen Have a Fun before, we know there's like quite a large rig that they could do in the end. Okay, something going into server 3, and ice onto server 2. One card left in HQ, which goes into server 2. And again, I guess Have a Fun's got to think about, is there anything threatening or just build up? Putting out an echelon, again with Rigging Up benefit. And the Anacam allowing another card draw and drawing again. Right, we've got a Maker's Eye coming into the unprotected R&D. I think NGO is being trashed, but the other two cards, we don't know what they are. The Corp advancing and scoring a longevity serum. So that's quite a fast 5 points. And probably really quite worrying for the runner here. Because server 2 is 3 ice. At the moment there's nothing in there. There's just Tranquility and 1 card in HQ. Runner is moneying up with Shaw Gamble. Creative Commission. Claude in the bin, which is interesting given that there is a simul chip available to get it out if needed. Something going into server 2? Maybe. Getting advanced twice. But then left, which might be the thing to do with Clot around. Drawing and playing Rigging Up to get out the T400 memory diamond we noticed earlier today. It's quite a few Rigging Ups used, I think. Isn't it? Yep. Maybe all 3. Right. So the runner is now attacking that big server 2 with the 3 unresed ice. Okay, well, not what you want to see as a runner. That's Anansi. Probably very expected, though. And gradually moving down the server. Okay, so we've revealed that what was in the server was an NGO front, of course giving the Corp some money, and that's an anemone, resulting in extra cards going into the bin for the runner. And I wonder whether the runner wants to continue at this point, given that they know what's in the main item that was in the server. But continuing the run, perhaps wanting to remove the Tranquility home grid or to reveal the ice, see whether that will be shown. Nope, it will not be shown. Yep, Tranquility home grid is getting trashed. That small amount of money is maybe helping the corp quite a bit. They're only at 5 credits at the moment, although the runner is also not got a lot of money at 2 credits. I guess after that run. We'll see whether either of them have a way of bouncing up very fast, but at the moment the corp is just drawing. HQ is still uniced, so if there's anything interesting, I guess it will be going into server 2. Yep, something going into server 2. Runner really drawing up a lot. I would guess that they would like some better variety of breakers, but they're going first off for R&D with a Dirty Laundry. Not finding anything of note, or that is revealed to us anyhow. Overclocking into the larger server 2. Anansi, I mean, at least Echelon is a very good, like, at least you've got out the vital killer against a Jinteki a faction ID. An enemy. Not having its res effect anymore. Still, the innermost ice is not revealed, and that was a Fuji asset retrieval, and of course some trashing, but the runner has been planning for it and draws up again. Symbol chip is one of the things lost, the other T400 memory diamond, which, I mean, there's one out, and there's one symbol chip out, so. Let's see, thank you, Ed. And we're oh, Have Fun is just saying sorry to the Lat fans in stream. This is Lat's ability, and is something else for the runner to be keeping in mind. Any rate, they are going in with a legwork into HQ, which is unprotected. Did I notice that R&D had an ice and there's something in server 2? Maybe I did not. So what did we see? We see a neurospike, which is quite interesting to be in HQ. Maybe more than one neurospike. Self-modifying code coming out for the runner, which will enable them to find whichever other breakers they need, and a creative commission for some money. Oh, so it was Rashida Yahim in server 2. Server 3 hasn't been doing much for quite some time. I would be guessing that any interesting cards drawn maybe are going into server 2, but the corp just taking a while to consider all of the possible options. Okay, so we're going with a Hansei review for extra money. Hedge fund for further money. One wonders whether the innermost ice is somewhat expensive. May not be. Who knows? Something has been added to server 2. Drawing up with diesel. Not sure, we maybe just... I'll sure gamble as well. I think we've put a prepaid voice pad down. I wonder whether we have a twinning or something like that coming. Or just extra money. Maybe it's just extra money. Okay, server 3 is revealed to be a Tranquility home grid again. Something is installed there. There's only one ice on that for the moment. Okay, and the other ice is actually being put on server 2. And server 2 is getting an advancement. I suppose you would really wonder about something like B1001 being in server 3. At any rate, over to the runner who is going into HQ. They do have Steve Cambridge. And are looking for either overclock or overclock. Finding a seamless launch there, which is also very useful information. It means the corp could advance something a little bit bigger. Possibly up to a 5-pointer if everything works out. So I guess that's what the runner will be contemplating. Drawing up. So 7 cards in hand at the moment. Gaining money and then overclocking. Right, so the outermost ice is Anansi, and then there's another Anansi. So this is going to be quite a difficult server to get through, and that's why the runner has drawn up so much. But of course, the single advancement plus the seamless is really threatening the end of the game. Going through the second Anansi at the moment. The corp still has 10 credits available for whatever the innermost unknown ice is. Doesn't look like we're going to break the second Anansi. It looks like we've decided to fire all, which is giving the corp the ability to look at the next 5 cards in R&D and arrange them. Again, probably having a think about the arrangement. R&D has a nice protection. HQ does not at the moment. But of course that can change next turn. Using Anansi to draw one card. The runner doesn't really have clicks left, so I guess that's pretty safe. Alright, with the net damage, losing a Maker's Eye and... no? Sorry, I think that's wrong. Symbol chip, Anacam, and self-modifying code. Okay, going through the anemone at the moment. Still with 3 cards left in hand. But they will become very difficult depending on what the innermost ice is. An enemy, the runner decides to break. And we'll see how we go on the very last ice. It's a teeny. That is a little bit annoying for the runner. Could they pay through it? Sorry, some of these screen sizes are a bit small. I mean, I suppose they could. It's certainly threat 3. Quite a lot of contemplation. Feels like the game is very much towards the ending stages, so every decision is thought through very carefully. Okay, we're going fire all. And I guess, yep, we'll see what's in server 2. Okay, it is a send the message, or send a message, which is really good for the runner. There's other options that would have hurt far more. And that has... oh, it's time in the round. Oh dear. So whose turn was that? I'm going to let Crawl decide that. I mean, that might mean the Haver of Fun has already finished that turn. Alright, something is going in server 2 from the corp side. Gaining 2. Credits, by the way. And ending that. It may be that the corp is a sort of signaling that not able to do it. Yes, the corp is conceding and Haver of Fun is winning the game. So, unfortunately for the corp, probably not quite the right things in the last hand. Not able to fast advance quite enough. And then have a fun winning with a concession and also more points. I will take a moment and I'll leave that game. Now I'm feeling I think that we won't have a chance to see anyone else. And what I'm going to do, I explained this earlier. We have a guessing game going on, and there is a extremely small prize for someone in chat who can DM me their answers. What we have is these identities here. I think they go up to M. Are people who are playing today, or they may be me or Craw, and also not everyone playing today wanted to take part in this. And so if you want to start thinking about who these people might be, I'll just try and give you the Cobra link in chat again, so you can have a look at who is playing today and also how they're doing, and how all of those pairings have turned out. And I will put a little bit of music on for now. No, I won't. I will very soon put a little bit of music on. One moment. Just popping back into comment, we are having a food, stretch, bathroom and rest break now because it's the end of round 2. We'll be back with round 3 in I think about 20 minutes. I'll continue the stream so you can continue looking at these identities and trying to guess them. Hello, everyone. I don't know whether that was a sharp cutoff or not. Now, what I'm thinking of is just while we're getting ready for the next round, you might like to be seeing how the standings are going at the moment. So that's everyone actually, and you can see quite competitive at the top. We've still got 2 rounds to go of Swiss, and then there will be a top cut. So everyone probably is still hoping that they'll come out on top. Strength of service and is it strength of service? Schedule. Strength of schedule and extended strength of schedule. Quite interesting numbers. I will just put on the music very lightly, or does it look like we're probably about to start right away? That might be going to happen. Oh, I see. Network error. Love those. Well, I hope you've been able to see the screen, even if I have not. Yep, just having a look. Notice the amount of lats. That's 2 lats up quite high, actually. And some other lats as well. Really a lot of shapers today, I think. I mean, you might have predicted. There's quite a few Anarchs as well, and not to forget that it is a criminal runner who is at the top right now. But not many criminals represented today. Pairings are going up and people are considering their 2-for-1s, which is interesting. Let's have a look at the pairings, although I can understand. Here we go, and you can see them. I'm just going to let you have a look for a moment. Yep, a number of 2-for-1s being decided at the moment. I am just going to go to a holding screen for a little bit, just while we sort this out. Okay, and now we're going into a game. Just let's hope that nope. Let's hope that we don't get lots of service, but we may. So it's Chaos Juggler, who we've seen before. She's doing precision design, and I don't think we've seen Xiat. I'm not sure quite if that's the right pronunciation, on Hoshiko Shiro. And let's see how we go. Okay, so HQ getting iced, server 1 getting iced, and something in server 1. Runner going straight for server 1 directly. That's a border control getting rezzed, so that keeps the runner out. And I don't think you've been able to hear me very well. I'm sorry about that, but we'll try. Yes, so just beginning with Chaos Juggler on Precision Design and Xiat on Hoshiko Shiro. The runner is coming into HQ, a no res there, and a Mavirus put in the bin. We have also got an Earthrise Hotel out and a Fermenter out. Okay, so what was in server 1 was actually the Regolith mining license, which is used there by the corp. Earthrise giving a number of draws, and we can see a leech coming out. Obviously getting a benefit. First run on R&D, that's not iced at the moment. Another fermenter being installed. I guess the Mavirus in the bin gives a clear light for doing that. R&D getting an ice on it. And otherwise some drawing from the corp there. Not actually using the regolith, that's still sitting at 6 counters. All right, what is the runner doing? A strike fund. Trashing another strike fund, DJ Fenris. And is that another strike fund? During the process of playing Moshing. So that's taking the runner up to 7 credits. The corp is at 9. Oh, we've got a cleaver out now, which will certainly help with the border control and many other things. Yes, going direct for server 1 and the border control. Yep, going in and trashing the regolith mining license. So not wanting the corp to gain too much money there. And I'm sorry, I think we popped one of the fermenters when I wasn't looking. Still one fermenter on the board. Installing 2 cards in server 1 and then gaining a credit. Really going through the price. Trashing a number of things, including a conduit and a hippo and a knob curry. But the knob curry gets installed. Sorry. Just taking a look at the price. Still a lot of cards in hand, 7 cards in hand, and we're going after server 1. Countering border control and of course having the cleaver available for it. Let's see what's inside. Okay, it was a spin doctor, which is popped, and also a Tranquility home grid, which is not rezzed. Spin Doctor looks like it's just being left. I guess it is blocking the Corp's main scoring server, so it's probably going to get used at some stage. We've had a fermenter trash and there is a new fermenter on the board. Corp drawing up a couple of times. Putting another ice on that server 1. Just showing you Hoshiko, who has 2 sides, has been running a lot to be able to use that digital side, but beginning with drawing. Okay, using a cookbook here. So this is definitely a virus build of Hoshiko. I guess we could have guessed from the Nobkuri. Probably contemplating next moves with quite a few cards in hand. Right, we're seeing an Audrey. And then we are going to do Raindrops Cut Stone on HQ. 6 cards, full HQ. And Chaos Juggler just thinking for a moment about whether or not to res the ice protecting HQ. Yes, and that is a drafter. Looking at how that will be dealt with, it will be the Audrey with a strike fund trash, which of course is always good. Revealed from HQ, it's an Anoetic Void and another Earthrise Hotel being installed to keep fueling the cards for Audrey and for probably other breakers as well and other things. Just showing the heap so far, there is quite a bit already in the heap, but still 24 in the stack. So that was the Spin Doctor used. Tranquility Home Grid rezzed and something placed in server 1, also an ice for server 1, so that's now got 3 ice on it, only 1 known. Earthrise Hotel continuing to give cards. And I'd like to note this game is a 2-for-1, so we won't be seeing the reverse side of this. Right, various cards trashed, Clot, Buzzsaw and Labour Rights. And of course this is for a moshing. There's an imp ready for probably a run. Yes, a run on server 1. And we're seeing a magnet as the outermost ice. Nothing like Botulus for it to grab, and Audrey being used to go through. Next we've got a Gatekeeper, of course at full strength because it's just res now. Buzzsaw just went into bin, so that's a bit harder. And giving a moment of pause to think about this one. Saying fire all unbroken subroutines. So that will allow the corporation to draw cards, and I mean it's an end the run as well. So server 1 looking difficult to get into this turn, and unknown what the corp might have drawn up to, maybe a seamless or something like that. That is, of course, if there is anything advanceable in server 1. Right, we're going to R&D, however, with a Raindrops Cuts Stone. No res. A leech, of course, getting benefits Noccurie as well. So, an Ikawa project has been trashed with the Imp. And that's sitting in archives unprotected. No further clicks though, so the runner can't get it quite now. I guess the corp with 8 cards in hand, maybe soon 9. No, they've done the mandatory draw. Okay, so the corp will be probably very much considering icing archives at this stage. But having a bit of a think, which is very fair. Okay, so whatever it was in server 1 is trashed and something new is installed there. And gaining 1 and no ice on archives. I don't think. Yep. Nope. Replacement in server 1 and then moneying up a little bit. All of the ice on server 1, where the runner is going now, is revealed. Although, of course, the border control can be popped to ask the runner to run again if they are still very keen on getting into server 1. By the way, I should mention that the runner popped Fermenter just prior to running. Having a bit of think around Gatekeeper. The only traditional breaker on the board is the Cleaver, but there is, of course, Audrey, and the Leech doesn't have any virus counters at the moment. Audrey being used to go through the Gatekeeper. Then we're at border control. Okay, going through, right through to find out that it's a Spin Doctor, which is allowing Ikawa project to be spun back and something or other else from archives. So in fact, kind of no need to have iced archives there. Tranquility Home Grid was trashed there with Imp. And the runner now looking into R&D. We'll see if this gets rezzed. Only 4 credits though for the corp at the moment. So it depends what the ice is. Going through, no res, and an Ikua project off the top of R&D. Which I'm sure the corp will feel is bad luck. Okay, so starting with a hedge fund to increase money for the corp. Oh, well, starting with a credit gain, then a hedge fund, and having 1 click left, I guess, with quite a few cards in hand. That's 8 cards in hand. Putting something in server 1. Radio. The runner benefiting from the end of Earthrise Hotel with 8. Yeah, I think I can count. 8 cards in hand. Probably a lot of choices. Putting out a Paladin Poema and doing a dirty laundry run on HQ. Using Audrey, but also using the fact that Steelskin Scarring is a beneficial card to discard. Seeing a seamless launch in HQ, which is imped away. Still a lot of choices in hand, and 2 clicks, and now 11 credits for the runner. I guess they've got the choice of whether to worry about server 1 or maybe try and attack R&D. No, setting up with a symbol chip. We did notice quite a few interesting programs in the heap that they might want to install. Something like a conduit perhaps, but we'll see. Okay, we're going into R&D. Again, the question of whether that ice is going to be rezzed. No, it is not. And nothing of note from the top of R&D. Right, that was a spin doctor in server 1. That's the last of the spin doctors getting used. I wonder if the corp's been having a little, not their favourite draw today. A hedge fund used and then something installed in server 1. Okay, and that's an ice onto R&D. There's now quite a bit in the heap for the runner and not so much in the stack. There's 9 cards left. But I've no idea. Perhaps they have labour rights and those sorts of things. Just looking at the board, I can't remember whether I mentioned there's something in server 1, but there is something in server 1. Okay, so there's a botulus going straight onto the outermost ice of R&D and a run on R&D. So that was a Bran at the outermost. using botchless to break 2 of the subroutines and not worrying about the last one. So let's see, I think it's the install a piece of ice. Yep, so interesting to see whether that ice will be rezzed. The corp has 6 credits at the moment. That is a gatekeeper. It is rezzed. I think the runner found gatekeeper hard to deal with previously, although leech is probably an assistance here. Probably requires some contemplation though. Deciding to use up the leech to help with the gatekeeper. And using Simulchip to put in a buzzsaw to complete that. Let's see if this innermost gets rezzed again. Nope, it's not. Into R&D. Hedge fund is imped away. So the runner definitely not wanting the corp to recover. The corp's at 3 credits at the moment. Going through into server 1. This gatekeeper much easier. Let's see if the border control is used. Right, okay, so what is rezzed is the Managam Skunkworks, keeping the runner out. The runner is now also at 3, although I suppose the corp is at 1 credit. And the runner going to HQ. Moving virus counters around to be able to use Audrey and seeing seamless launch in HQ. Corp spending time taking 2 credits and putting something in server 1. Okay, yes, that does seem to be labour rights that the runner has in order to replenish the stack. And it's labour rights, Simulchip, and Simulchip that are the ones that are saved. Going through HQ and the drafter again. The runner has really quite a lot of cards in hand, 7, but of course this is not a Jintaki, so this is not going to be used for net damage. It may be used for Audrey, however. The seamless launch is being imped away. And we're seeing a Simulchip come down for, well, there's still 1 click left. Okay, no, that click was just used to gain 1 credit. But certainly the runner has things set up for future. Okay, so it was a regolith mining license in server 1, which is promptly used. So imping away the hedge fund didn't really have a big effect. Well, it had some effect. An alternative money source was needed. Corp now at 10, but the runner is at 2. Credits, I mean. The runner, however, has 3 agenda points, which is always lovely to have. The corporation doesn't have any agenda points yet. Right, the runner is going into HQ again. That is the one with the least ice. Going through the drafter with Audrey again. Seeing another seamless launch, and the other seamless launch is in the trash. So actually when we look, sorry, not trash, archives. When we look at archives, we can see all 3 seamless launch in archives, and also all of the spin doctors are used up. So that does make things much more difficult for Precision Design's usual game plans, which would involve seamless launch. And of course, Precision Design does have the option to get something back when scoring agendas. Very frequently it's seamless launch, but of course you have to score something. Now we're going into R&D. A gatekeeper, of course, much easier to deal with at the moment. And Botulus assisting with Bran. Or Braun. We seem to be having a think, however, around Gatekeeper. It's lost its strength, but probably still a question of how to deal with it, with the innermost ice being still unknown. Using Buzzsaw this time, and I guess keeping Audrey for... Okay. So the innermost ice is a Gatekeeper. No, border control. Sorry. What am I saying? The innermost ice is a border control. The runner is thinking, I mean, would you spend your last credit getting past a border control? It can always be popped. But maybe this is your way in. The runner has certainly thought about it and left 2 clicks, but not being able to preserve enough money to steal another Ikua, if that happens to be on top. Okay, so we're putting... Excuse me? Right, we're putting a hush on the border control. Going in. Unseen card from R&D. Drawing up and then installing another simul chip, which was maybe one of the ones from Labour Rights. The Corp still has Regolith in probably what's intended to be the main scoring server. That border control is still usable. It doesn't have Hush on it. So we're taking the money from the Regolith mining license, and it's possible the Corp is wanting to use that server, but they are putting another ice on HQ. The runner doesn't have any credits at the moment, and also no fermenters going. The 3 fermenters would probably be in the bin. Also with the steel skins, all 3. What other sources, I wonder, of money does the runner have if the runner wants money quickly? Well, using the symbol chip for a new fermenter with 3 on it, due to cookbook. Drawing up, so 1 card left in stack at this stage. No cards left in stack at this stage. Using the fermenter to put down a new symbol chip. So Hoshiko, not having been able to run that turn, Regolith mining license being used, so server 1 now open to put something in, and something does go in. There's a Managam Skunkworks resed as noted before. Sorry, amongst the corpse term was a draw. Fermenter installed, and playing labor rights to put all 3 symbol chips back in. No further labor rights going back into the stack, but I don't know how many labor rights this runner actually has, so maybe that's all. 2 labor rights used up. I'm probably just contemplating. There's 5 cards in hand. So it's a revolver that's coming out and a symbol chip. Okay, which is used for another fermenter. Again, with cookbook. Immediately starting out with 2 virus counters rather than the usual 1. Corp putting a further ice on server 1 and something else in server 1. And a drawing just before that. So that server is looking quite intimidating at the moment with 4 ice, and the runner is choosing to go after HQ. So the outermost ice on HQ is res, that's a gatekeeper. It will be interesting to see how the runner wants to deal with that. Buzzsaw is available. I guess Audrey as well, but probably don't want to be discarding cards at this stage. The more traditional breaker set of Cleaver, Buzzsaw, and Revolver is available. But quite a long pause here around Gatekeeper. Okay, trashing Botulus and a Mad Dash to use Audrey. So 1 card in hand and I guess 2 in the stack. Encountering Drafter and using Revolver there. Approaching HQ. Off-World Office. Quite a big steal, putting the runner on 5 agenda points. No agenda points for the corp yet. And the runner just drawing and putting out another symbol chip. Still one click left. Yeah, just gain one. Okay, so in server 1 was Rashida Yahim. The corp has 8 cards remaining in R&D at the moment. So probably getting quite close and understandably thinking for a while. There may be multiple agendas in hand, we're not sure. Or they may be all hiding on the bottom of R&D, who knows? Okay, a hedge fund. Something going into server 1 and getting 1 advancement. I guess because as we noticed before, Seamless is not going to be available for this. Runner using Fermenter and deciding to go to HQ. Drafter not as much of a problem now. Sorry, Gatekeeper not as much of a problem. Drafter also seeing a Tranquility home grid, which is probably not what the runner wanted to be seen. And nope, there's no imps. Trying HQ again. Using Audrey and a Revolver combination and just seeing an ice in HQ, Brawn. Putting out another symbol chip and using, 2 symbol chips. Using 1 to get a fermenter again with 2. So we'll see what's in server 1 for the corp. Chaos Juggler is saying she's thinking, so we'll see what's possible from server 1 with 1 advancement and a Managum Skunkworks and something else. Advancing, and that's an architect deployment test, allowing the corp to look at the top 5 cards of R&D, and there are only 7 cards in R&D. So it may install and res one of those cards, ignoring all costs. We'll see whether that happens or whether it's just the looking that the corp would like to do. So the corp is currently on 2 agenda points and the runner on 5 agenda points. Something's getting installed in server 1. Actually, it says it's a luminal transubstantiation. And the benefit of having scored is that Precision Design can take a seamless launch out of the archives. Ready for that luminal. This is the the stage when both players want to really think about their turns. And as I said, this is a 2-for-1, so this is an important game for both of them. And really needing to think through what to do. The runner has 10 credits and 1 card in hand, and sorry, our player just needs to step away for a moment. The runner also doesn't have a stack at the moment, so whatever that 1 card is, but they do have a symbol chip on the board, so that does give options. Yep, there is a bit overlapping with these really tall servers, but I don't want to zoom out at the moment because it doesn't look like we're going wide. It looks like we're going tall with the corporation here. It'll just be a moment. Oh, back again. One moment. So symbol chip getting used. Installing a fresh revolver. Again, going after HQ. The revolver being used on the drafter. Sorry, just a sec. So there is a third labour rights. That's good to know, and we're getting just back 3 symbol chip. Sorry, I just got distracted there. So some setting up there from the runner. Symbol chip on the table, card in hand, card in the stack. Chaos Juggler just taking a moment to think at the start of the turn, playing Seamless Launch, which we did see, using that to score the Luminal, and getting back an Anoetic Void rather than a Seamless Launch. 2 items, perhaps one of them being the void, being put into server 1 and 2 advancements on something in server 1. So the runner taking their turn to think. The corp very much catching up, with the runner having 5 agenda points now and the corp having 4 agenda points now, and something at least threatening in server 1. Server 1 has 3 resed ice. One of those is border control, which of course can be popped to ask the runner to run again. And there is 1 other ice that we don't know about, and potentially an anoetic void. Although we can't be sure about that, but it could be one of the 3 items in the bottom of server 1. We do know that there is a Managum Skunkworks there. So drawing the last card. With Hoshiko's abilities. And yeah, this is probably an extremely important turn of the game, so very understandable that people are taking their time to have a look at it. Okay, so we've got a hush coming down onto the border control to make running this server much easier. The outer ice is not getting rest. The corp has 4 credits at the moment, coming through Magnet and also Gatekeeper. Border control now. Yes, an anoetic void is being resed. And the corp has 5 cards in HQ. So I guess 2 prevents available plus, well, that was 4 credits, but it's now 2 credits. I guess the Managum Skunkworks maybe isn't a complete answer because at this stage the runner has 8 credits, so could pay through it if needed, but we do not know what the other items here are. Coming back through server 2. Right, so yes, Managam is being paid for. I think that's what's going on. I guess the runner wants to pick. Well, no, the agenda would be probably the one with, who knows? We're doing some virus things. ICOA project. Unfortunately, not enough money to pay for it. Which is probably really frustrating for the runner. A symbol chip going out. Wonder if this is going to be yeah, it's fermenter. To quickly make money. But okay, the corpse only on 2 credits. So can't actually score the ICOA project at the moment without a source of money that I can't think of. But the corp may be able to think. Yes, Chaos Juggler having a think. As far as we know, yes, all seamless launches are in the bin archives, and so that's not a current option. Probably quite a hard position for the corp to be in, but also probably the runner was quite disappointed by the end of that run. I mean, they know what they need to do now, but they have a greasing the palm. And did they install? Yes, they did install a card from HQ. Right. So the outermost ice is an answer. And I can see that the runner is probably going to think through very carefully how they use up their money and how they use up their clicks, because to steal the ICOA, which we're expecting is in the bottom, just a moment, spend 1 click and 2 credits. So going through this large server, they have to be pretty careful. Spending 2 to increase the strength of Revolver, and using Revolver on Ansel. Unfortunately, of course, the corp is still stuck with 0 credits, so without something I haven't thought of, it's going to be hard to score. Okay, Ansel is the only ice the runner is going to encounter and jacking out at this moment. I don't think, I mean, the symbol chips are in the bin. There's nothing in the stack. 4 credits. 1, well, sort of 1 and a bit. 2 shots. 1 shot and 1 revolver throw left. I mean, of course, they could contemplate going into something else, such as HQ with 3 cards. R&D only has 4 cards. Yes, they are going to try, the runner is going to try HQ. And yeah, he's going in using Drafter. Sorry, using the revolver on Drafter. Finding another drafter in HQ. So unfortunately not having a look in archives. Very fair. Let's have a look at what's in archives. Mavirus, which isn't great for Audrey, but nothing else. The corp just gaining 3 credits. The runner is at 1 credit currently. So very a kind of a prolonged drag-out fight at the end of this match, because it's got to be very close. We do know it's an Equa project in server 1 with 2 advancements, so if the corp is able to get through unscathed to the next turn, that could be advanced to finish the game. And now it's really the runner who has to think about how to approach this. Only 3 cards in R&D, only 4 in HQ. So quite possibly other agendas around. Deciding to go into HQ. Gatekeeper at 1 credit. Doesn't seem much, but the runner only has 1 credit left and 2 clicks. Drafter, yes, it has to be fire or subroutines because the revolver is gone. And of course that gives the corp a choice. Whoops, sorry. That you can read it. I wonder whether they would get seamless launch. Yeah, that would be a thing to get back. Also bulking up HQ slightly in case there are other agendas available in there. And the install 1 card is still possible. No. Maybe are we potentially waiting on the install a card? Yeah, thinking. Which is perfectly understandable in this situation. Yep. September suggesting that installing a virus would be fun. Yep. Okay, it was a Tranquility home grid though. And in a new separate server. Right. Unfortunately, the runner seeing drafter again in HQ. All right, we're going to try HQ again. I wonder whether we're going to allow further cards from archives and installs. Yeah. Okay. September clarifying to deal 1 net. Yeah. but we are firing all subroutines. Getting a further seamless launch and an anoetic void. Onto HQ this time, the anoetic void. The corp has 6 cards in hand. Resing anoetic void. See, it is used. Going in again. The corp doesn't have... Okay, we resed Tranquility Home Grid. Several seamless launches. Okay, we put Rashida onto server 2. I'm personally not understanding how this works, so I hope you are. So I don't think the anoetic void can be used because the corp doesn't currently have any money. Right, the runner saw a seamless launch, which I'm quite sure they were aware was available. The corp is moneying up again. Only 2 cards left in R&D. But quite challenging for the runner because they do not have any credits at the moment. And they have used all their labour rights and their stack. So, tricky. Going for HQ again. By the way, the Rashida was not used, it was just for money. Right, installing another Rashida from Archives onto Tranquility, gaining money that way. An anoetic void being used to end the run. This is the final click for the runner, coming through to HQ again. The corp can technically use anoetic void but may not want to. Installing regolith mining license from the drafter. Anoetic void being used, so there's seamless and seamless again, and that's Ikoa Project scored and the game won by Chaos Juggler. Very, very, very tight game at the end. Really, really tight. We will have a look and see how we are traveling with the timer. The round is just about to end in 9 seconds or so. So yeah, absolutely amazing game. Very, very, very tight. Gosh. Any rate, that's the end of round 3. That was a 2-for-1. So we're not expecting another game after that. And we might just go to a break for a few moments. For the new people who have joined the chat, we have a guessing game. These people are the people I'm going to show you are playing today, or they are me or Judge Craw. and see if you can guess who these people are from the information that they have given. And if you think you know the answers, please DM me on Discord. I'll just do my Discord handle. No, I won't, because I'm not typing in the right spot. Nope, I'm not. Okay, you can guess my Discord handle by having a look at my name and just putting an underscore between Ginevra and Makes. Back with round 4 soon. Okay, and we're going to come back now. Give me a moment. There's round 4 pairings and everything. Quite a few 2-for-1s at this stage, which is not surprising. Let's see who we could take a look at. I'd really like to give Chaos Juggler a rest and that also, so I might see if we can see someone else, because that was an ultra grueling match. I'll see if this is possible to stream. I have a feeling that it is a 2-for-1 that we're going to hopefully see. And yes, we can stream it. And they have got off to quite a start. Sorry while I am still juggling my mouse, but I can tell you that they have an, Project Atlas apiece, I think it is. It's E-Bental on Tau as the runner, and it's Head Moths on Ob. And as you can see, 2 scores already, and quite a board state as well. Oops, wrong mouse. Yep, Project Atlas is available. Of course, one with the counter for the Corp, which is quite important. So we've got a Spin Doctor on the board. Asyaf just got scored. We've got an Ice Wall on No, because Tao's just changed it. We've got an Ice Wall on Op. We've got an Ice on Server 1. Nothing now on R&D because we have Hermes in operation, as well as Tao's own skills. We've got a Liberated account on the board and an Angolo. And I think we'll just catch up where the runner was doing a Shore Gamble and then a Liberated account. So the Corp is quickly to 4 points, putting an extra ice on putting an extra ice on R&D. That's 2 ice on R&D actually. And just a credit, so the Corp's at 8 credits, the runner is at 24 credits. And 6 cards in hand. Of course, Liberator is very beneficial, and we can see Lamb as well as the Angola. Very pretty to see them together because Lamb's been banned for most of the time I've been playing. And I can admire the artwork. Okay, we're going into HQ and we're looking at an Ice Wall. Going through that, finding a border control in HQ. Sorry, did I say R&D? I meant HQ. Sorry. So on the Corp's turn, drawing up. Ice, extra ice onto HQ, extra ice onto R&D. And the runner drawing, then checking out archives. That's drawing the pop of the Spin Doctor to take back Slash and Burn and Rashida Yahim. Let's see what else is in archives. Envelopment, Winchester, a Spin, Regolith, and Hafram. We are playing a Harmony AR therapy on the runner side. Liberated being used again, but that's all of the uses of Liberated accounts. The runner at 20 credits and the Corp at 6. Corp drawing up and moneying up. The runner also quickly searching for things, playing Diesel, installing a daily casts, And not wanting a spark of inspiration, Hermes, or the Simmel chip. Discarded. Now the corp is reinforcing server 1, so there's 2 unresed ice on server 1 and something in server 1. And the runner going after server 1. There's a border control on the outermost, which Lamb is able to get through quite pretty happily. It's popped to allow Ob to find a 3-cost card, which is then going to be a sandstone put on the outside of server 1. That is a much more expensive ice for the runner to get through, but they still do have quite a bit of money at 12 credits at the moment. Let's see if the next ice is not rezzed, and you can find a Rashida in server 1, which is trashed. Installing another liberated account. Something new in server 1, and just gaining credits. Okay, we see a conduit come down on the runner side. Now, Spark of Inspiration revealing an awful lot of cards there. If you would like to view, I mean, I noticed DJ Fenris is available. Anything else surprising? Not so much, but of course we're doing the conduit run. Not any reses yet. Okay, so the innermost ice is a tattoo bowler, and it is getting resed, and then are going to be swapped, as you'd expect. Nothing for the conduit run yet, but we're coming back again. Okay, so the outermost ice is a border control, and I guess the tattoo bowler had the benefit of money. Passing border control. And into R&D again. Popping the border control at the moment to search for a 3-cost card, which is a Mavirus. Is that right? Yes. And res. Now the corp resing Rashida. Having plenty of cards in hand to consider. Didn't realize we're probably halfway through our decks at this stage. Corp has 18 in R&D. Okay, putting something in server 1. And this is an audacity to advance server 1 and score an above the law. Using that to trash the liberated account. Now Tau swapping the position of Ice Wall and an unknown ice. Ice Wall going onto R&D. Hermes removing an ice from R&D, going into archives. No agenda joy there for the runner. Also, did I mention there's a Simmel chip? Right, and conduit coming into R&D, which only has the ice wall now. So 6 points for the corp. That's quite as something the runner wants to worry about. seeing an unseen card and using my virus both to purge virus counters and to do net damage, but it's now trashed. That was a telework contract that was trashed. All right, conduit again. This is the last of the runner's clicks for this turn. 2 unseen cards, but no agendas for the runner. Project Atlas is being used to add hostile takeover and hostile takeover score, and that's the end of the game. Very quick 2-for-1 game, unlike the last one, and well done both players. One moment. And we will see if there are any other available games. Let's see. We've still got a lot of time in the round, so I will consider watching something. No, I won't, because they've just finished. Maybe, now let's see, was that a 2-for-1? I think from memory that was a 2-for-1. Yep, okay, no more games for that. Let's see whether these players are playing it out. Okay, great. They're happy for us to see. Now, what we've got here is Chaos Juggler. After that, quite grueling match with Lat this time, and daily casts on the board, Stone Ship Chart Room on the board, and a self-modifying code. Playing against Duty Dude, who has Arsa Group. By the way, an ice on HQ, nothing on R&D, a server 1 with 3 cards in it and 1 ice, and we can see your digital life in the archives. The Corp on 13 credits and the runner on 6 credits, and let's catch up with where are we going. Stone Ship Chart Room getting used to draw 2 cards, and then a telework contract getting used for extra money, drawing, and more money. All right, that's a seamless launch getting used, and that is, that is scoring an architect deployment test. Having a look at the top cards, 5 cards of R&D, and very quickly installing something else in server 1, installing another ice on server 1. And 2 cards left in HQ. Lots in R&D though. Okay, so the runner is drawing lots of cards with Diesel. And again, money from a telework contract. Symbol chip is getting installed, and also pantograph, which I don't think we've seen today, despite the amount of shapers. Right, hedge fund and drawing cards, and an advancement in server 1. Another diesel from the runner, and yes, attacking server 1. Let's see whether there are any reses and what the cards in server 1 might be. Right, the outermost ice is an Ansel. Of course, self-modifying code is available if the runner wants to use it. The runner is having a think for a moment. I noticed people asking whether this is a 2-for-1 or not. I can't recall that, so I can maybe just have a look while people are thinking. I don't think it is. Oh, it's game 2. Thank you. Okay, so through Ansel and then not continuing with the run. Okay, so that's, oops, this is rapid. That's another architect deployment test scored. Again, having a look at the top 5 cards of R&D. Maybe a bit more of a look this time because I guess they had the architect. Doody Dude may have had the architect deployment in hand and been very keen to score it quickly. Okay, so we're seeing a Bron, outermost ice, resed, and also something put into server 1. So where are we up to? Daily casts, a Shore Gamble, another self-modifying code available, so that's 2. Telework contract again. Right, so in server 1 there's a regolith mining license which is getting used, 3 credits. And then trashed. So it was used twice, then trashed. Something else is in server 1. Which is quite challenging for the runner, who has put down Dr. Nuka and is dirty laundering into R&D. No agendas on the top, using Creative Commons for further money. So the runner is at 28, I think. Okay, so in server 1 was Rashida Yaheen. I guess Doody Dude wanting to continue and just close this out as soon as possible. The runner, of course, has 2 self-modifying codes, a simul chip, like lots of things available to challenge wherever they'd like. Okay, your digital life, moneying up, something into server 1. And an extra ice for server 1. So that's 4 ice. Oh, sorry. And with Asa's ability, which I should have mentioned, something unknown for server 2, no ice on that. The runner using up the last from Dr. Nuka Frolic. Right, we've got a buzzsaw out now, and that was another simul chip. Right, so server 2 was a spin doctor, which is often kind of that one alone spin doctor being used to shuffle seamless launch and your digital life back into R&D, and then advancing something in server 1. Okay, an overclock being used by the runner to challenge server 1 right away. And right, okay, so we are going to have a res on MIC. Quite expensive. Military industrial complex. Okay, simul chip being used to get both, well, simul chip and SMC being used to get both cleaver and K2CP turbine to make it easier. And of course, overclock credits also playing into that, but the runner is quite wealthy at the moment. Braun breaking 2 barriers. Breaking the 2 end of the runs. But I guess some more ice could be inserted. And I guess that requires some contemplation. Because the corp's currently only at 4 credits. If they were thinking of resing any ice they put in there. And also the innermost ice is still unresed, and several other things in the server are not resed. Yep, this is taking a good amount of thought. And probably maths calculations, to be honest. Okay, so there is new ice below the brawn. Let's see if it gets resed. No. However, we're now down to the answer, and popping a self-modifying code for the echelon to deal with that, and the last ice. Possibly a little consideration. Nope, not getting resed. However, the Managam Skunkworks is getting resed. But the runner is able to spend 2 and also the extra needed to get an Ikawa project. So that's been stolen. There's also a virus there, but you know. Just after the ferment install, but never mind. So the runner now on 3 points to the corpse 4. And that is quite a tall server 1, but I mean, that run has reduced the runner's money quite a lot now. Only 11 credits. Well, only 11 credits. Right, something else is being put into server 1 after some draws and credits. The runner this time is going after HQ, however, which has 1 unresed ice. And did I note the runner has installed DJ Fenris and Steve Cambridge, and so, of course, the run on HQ is very helpful for Steve. Okay, offering diesel or diesel. The runner only seeing a regolith mining license, but using the diesel that was just obtained. And also, I think, a nice little extra draw from that. Right, so back to the corp. That was Rashida Jahim in server 1. And quite a few cards for Arsa to look at, but Your Digital Life getting played for 8 credits, which is nice. Something into server 1 again, and an ice onto R&D. Using Arsa's skills there, I think. Nope, not using, no. All right, so the runner going directly for HQ. We do get a res this time. That's Ravana, which I'm sure we haven't seen today. But Buzzsaw getting through that quite nicely. Steve offering Creative Commission or Creative Commission, and the runner seeing Drafter. Vale, I can't remember seeing Conduit from this runner, but I might be wrong. None in the bin. All right. Sure gamble and telework contract to get back to 13 credits. And another nice lat draw there. Okay, it appears it's regolith mining license in that server 1, and it's getting used twice. An additional card is put in, plus another ice. No, I can't figure out how to... I wonder? Nope. Sorry. We're all going to deal with the overlap there. Because I certainly can't stretch the screen any further in the vertical direction. I'm sorry. Where are we at? We're thinking. Good. Okay, the runner is thinking for a moment. I mean, the regolith mining license is still in server 1. And I'm sure almost everyone watching this already knows that that means it can't put a gender in as well. The runner has decided on a dirty laundry for R&D. And we're having a think, apparently, about whether we'll res. That is a drafter. We're resing. But Echelon is available, so that is not too much of a problem. Anoetic Void was seen and trashed from R&D. Let's see, we're going back in. Unseen card, and then telework contract and creative commission to again keep the money very high, and lat drawing a card. The regolith is being used twice more. No, that may have been a mistake. I think only clicked once and install in server 3. Right. So it's a dirty laundry into archives. Let's see what's in archives. There is a virus, and I think that was a fermenter. That is on the board behind that very big server. So that is annoying for the runner. Drawing. However, the runner is on 21 credits at the moment, so probably not completely dependent on fermenter, but it would have been nice. I'm sorry because of the way things are arranged. I don't know how much the fermenter was at that stage. We're putting down Hannah Wheels Palintra and continuing the lat draws. Okay, so that one isolated server was, as we might have all been guessing, a spin doctor, using it to draw. I'm sure the corp would like one extra agenda that just closes this out, although it would have to be a 3-point agenda. Regolith used up. Something put in server 1, another ice on the top of server 1, so we have 4 unres ice on server 1 and 3 resed ice on server 1, and 2 items in the bottom. Okay, and we're running server 1 very promptly. Resing Vovozetti. Which makes a lot of sense with the amount of ice we have here. Brawn on the outermost. The corp only has 3 credits remaining, so I'm not sure whether all of this available ice can get resed. Vale's asking if there is a seamless in archives. Not that we can see. Okay, we're doing fire all unbroken subroutines on Brawn. We added an extra ice and the runner has backed out. So 4 ice resed, 4 ice unresed. And I guess Vovo is going to be helping. Okay, so we're Pichasal on the drafter on R&D and an R&D run. Oh dear, I hope JNet continues to work. Unseen card in R&D. But the runner has 2 clicks still, so going into HQ. Ravana not being terrifically expensive at the moment with Buzzsaw available. And requesting Steve is requesting dirty laundry. I don't do laundry. Okay, your digital life is in HQ. and the runner continuing to use creative commission and to draw cards. Oh, so that was a luminal transubstantiation, which has now been scored from server 1. So that puts the corp on 6 points and the runner on 3 points. That was with a seamless. Now just checking. What did we do with our liminal? Right, we're putting, we did a hedge fund and also put something into server 1. Okay, the runner going direct for R&D this time, and I guess deciding against server 1 at all, which, well, at this stage, which I can sort of understand. Going into R&D, no spin doctor use at this stage. Oh no. Yep, the spin doctor got used now. So it's Managarm, Skunkworks, and Anoetic Void that are getting shuffled into R&D, and the runner has just stolen an off-world office. So it's 5 points for the runner and a 6 for the corp. So very, very tight at the moment, going into HQ. Steve, giving choice of Simochip, seeing a seamless launch. We're doing archives and Mavirus. Yes. As I was mentioning, deep dive. So that's why you need to do archives, R&D, and HQ. So there's a choice here, but unfortunately, it's not a choice of agendas. It's a choice of Seamless, Managan, Spin, Tranquility, Vorvor, Managan, and Anoetic. Not spending the extra but going into R&D again, gaining of course a click with Pichasao and getting the architect deployment test for the win. Gosh, that was tight. Two really, really tight matches. I am going to leave the players, whoops, there. Extremely, extremely tight. Now I just want to have a look at whether we do seem to have quite a bit of time left, but not a lot of matches left. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to show you again. If you've just joined, I'm showing you these are all people who are either playing today or they're me or they're Craw. And some people didn't want to answer, like participate in this one. It's a guessing game. If you want to guess who these people are, you can guess them. And if you, okay, there is a small prize for the people in chat for guessing correctly. And there's a small prize for the people who are playing for guessing correctly, like 2 separate prizes. If you would like to DM me in Discord with your guesses, my Discord name is, just a sec while I type it. Yep, that's my Discord name, and this was the 4th round. We're going to have a top cut after this. I will yes, Fail. I understand your feelings on that one. I think I will leave this open until the end of the day, but please, if you already know and want to DM me, please do. But just in case people are still mulling it over, the other thing is, if things moving on a screen is not your style, if you go to the Null Signal Games event hub and online store championship number 3 channel, you can see them all written out without moving through things fast. But yes, people who are playing today or people who are just spectating, please DM me who you think is who. And remembering that one of them is me and one of them is Craw, and not all players are in there. If you want to see, just a sec, the players and look at the rankings and the results so far, there you go. That's the link to the Cobra. Now, just double checking. Yep, we just have one remaining game that I'm not going to stream at the moment, so I will, if we are lucky, give you a little bit of music to contemplate your choices with. And just popping in to let you know that we will be taking a 15-minute break or so before the top cut. I will just let you see the standings after 4 rounds. So it's top 3 elimination. I think I've said that wrong. Any rate, you'll be seeing Haver of Fun, Augustus Caesar, and Ben. Can have... Do I need to scroll that slightly? Yes. Just so you can get all of it on the one page and just have a little look, and then we'll go back to the guessing game. I have had a few guesses so far, but not that many. So if you have a guess, either you're a player or you are a spectator, please DM me. My name on Discord is that. Okay, we will be going back for a moment. Well, no, not for a moment, for about 15 minutes to a break. Hello again, everyone. So we will be having a look at the top cut, which is Haver of Fun, Augustus Caesar, and Ben. And just a moment, I don't know if pairings have been done yet. I'm just clicking things randomly. Nope, that's totally fine. We'll be just waiting a moment for that. Oh, and I'm starting a bit early. So in a couple of minutes, we'll be having the top cut. Now, just a moment. It is, what's the official words for it? Top 3 single elimination. So just a sec. Maybe I need to reload this as well. Nope, I do not. So we're starting the top cut in just a moment. And let me see if I reload. I will be just taking a moment to figure out who is going to play who. I may have jumped the gun a little bit. Oh, Augustus versus Ben. Just waiting for people to make the room as well. And giving some, like, I can see, oh, right. So we need to share the lists for a little bit. And Augustus can then choose a side. We might have a little bit more music while we're waiting. Okay, hello. We're about to start the top cut. And just checking, I assume it's fine to stream, but just asking in case of any sort of problem that I'm not expecting. Yep, we should be able to go through and stream in just a moment. I'll let them actually get into the room on Jaina. Yep, there we go. So it's Duty Dude playing Lat, and it's Augustus Caesar playing Reality Plus. And this is the top cut now. And we're in early enough to notice that Duty Dude has taken a mulligan. Okay, Reality Plus, a server 1, which is iced, and a server 2. And the runner just taking a moment, but that's very fair enough. May not be the hand that they wanted at that moment. Using a shore gamble and checking out HQ. Revealing a Sansan city grid. We have we've seen both players before. We've certainly seen Augustus's court before, so and both of the players have access to each other's deck lists, so the cards that are available are not a surprise at this moment. The runner coming down with a cleaver, and just gaining 1. Right, so the corp revealing a Nico campaign, and very quickly advancing an AR enhanced security, which is going to make tagging the runner much more possible and make things much more difficult for the runner. Duty Dude using a diesel to draw. Probably still hoping for the cards he wanted earlier. Trashing the Nico campaign and removing the tag, which of course is an issue due to the AR enhanced security and creative commission. Reality Plus making use of that tag to gain 2 credits. Right, and a predictive planogram, but only using the one option, which is credits, something in server 1, ice on R&D. There are only 2 cards in HQ, so probably less need to protect. A hush coming down on the unresed ice on server 1, plus echelon being put down. Runners at 3 credits and the corp is at 8. Just thinking for a moment about a res. I guess the decision making around whether to use hush or not is different once you know the other person's deck list. But it's still a little bit of a question. Okay, going through, no res there, and revealing a project Beal, which the runner steals. So that's giving the runner 2 points versus the corpse 1 point at the moment. Corp drawing and something in server 1. Removing the ice and of course the hush to replace it with a different ice. The runner drawing up, looking for more options. Just for myself, okay, that's what's in the bin. Diesel, so continuing drawing. The diesel was in the bin, not played, but continuing to draw. And the pace of top cut games is probably much more thinking things through. Some of the earlier games have been quite quick, but certainly having a think carefully. Gaining 1, still with 1 click left, and gaining 2. So perhaps not the cards that Duty Dude was hoping for. It's a Simul chip and a T4 memory diamond that went into the bin. Okay, so the card in server 1 is revealed to be a Sansan City Grid and a very quick advance of an AR enhanced security, making it even more difficult for the runner to trash things. Okay, the runner going after HQ and seeing a self-growth program. Now looking to R&D, no res there. Oh, and that's another project Beal. So the runner on 4 points and the corp on 2. A server 3 created. And some money. Corp's only on 2 credits at the moment. The runner on 9. Drawing. Okay, going after server 3. It's a Maryland campaign, but it's left. Possibly the AR enhanced security, a concern here. Further draw. And Anna calm down now. Which is probably a key piece for Lat if he wants to play a lot of events. Maryland Rest, something in server 1, something in server 4, and 1 credit. The early Sansan, which is different to the game we saw earlier, is of course always a worry for the runner. The runner's just drawn 1 card and thinking at the moment. Going after server 1. It's a ping. Reality Plus using it as to gain money. Right, that's a Rashida Jahim in that server. which would perhaps have been very beneficial for the court because there's only one card in hand at the moment. But then there's the contemplation, will the runner trash it or not? And will the runner trash Sansan? The runner's already taken one tag from the ping. And having quite a think about whether or not to trash Rashida Jahim. That's a card that is often trashed as soon as it's seen. It's a low trash cost, but of course AR enhanced security. And Rashida is left, and Sansan City Grid is also left. 2 clicks left for the runner to consider looking elsewhere, and using a Maker's Eye to go after R&D. A pause while the court considers raising or not. Okay, so what was actually raised was server 4, and that's a B1001, which ends the run by removing a tag. The runner did have a tag. Now the runner is going back into R&D, but without the benefit of the Maker's Eye. Okay, so as we thought, it's a Rashida. Drawing up a lot with Rashida's benefit. Also 7 credits now, putting something into server 1 and advancing it quickly with the help of Sansan City Grid. It's a Beal. So that puts the corp on 4 points, same as the runner. A runner putting out a turbine. Drawing up. Oh, I didn't note the use of rigging up to do that, by the way. To put out the turbine. And Anacam now providing draw. There's a prepaid voice pad. And a nice lat draw. Marilyn, of course, being helpful, and just a moment of thought for the corp. Yep. Not a stage in which it's really clear that anyone's as set up as they want, although the 2 AR enhanced security are certainly really helpful for the corp in deterring trashes, and plus if there's a tag given, R plus really benefits. What we've got is an ice on HQ and a server 5. Nothing into the Sansan remote at this stage. Duty Dude using Diesel and also Anacam to draw up quite a lot. Finding a self-modifying code. Which can be used for a whole variety of programs. And I guess contemplating the cards in hand and also whether or not to run anything. I don't think this is the I don't think this is the shaper we saw earlier with lots of networking. So tags are a real worry. Okay, dirty laundry into server 4, which is the B1001, but no trash. And a symbol chip install. More future help. Right, this is a federal fundraising, which was a server 5, Maryland shuffling back into R&D, and also so then looking with the federal fundraising, drawing one card, something in server 6, one moment, something in server 7, and something in server 8. Looking at the credit totals at the moment, the runner is on 7 and the corp is on 9, and using an overclock to go into HQ, which has 3 cards. That's a res of Funhouse, which is already going to be a tag. And there isn't a code gate breaker on the board. Of course, there is a self-modifying code, so that could be used. Not sure whether the symbol chip will help. Probably not. But I could well be wrong. Dude asking whether he can pull Hush to stop the encounter or no window now. I don't know. Craw saying you should still be in approach. So there is a window. Okay. There's a buzzsaw coming out from the self-modifying code. There's a hush from the symbol chip. Which I think is slightly difficult to maneuver with Jintaki.net, but all fine. Going through to see Oppo Research in HQ. Anacam quietly continuing to draw cards. First time each turn an event is trashed. Draw 1 card. As well as that, as well as manual draws 2 of them. Sure gamble. And that's the end of the turn. I wonder whether it will be revealed what server's 6. Okay, server 6 is a Nico campaign. Server 8 is a Maryland campaign. And of course, federal fundraising is very useful. Server 7 not resed. Server 9 is placed down and is a spin doctor. First one we've seen so far this game. Which offers more card draw, but of course with federal fundraising that was probably known draws. And some thought going in here. I'm sorry, chat, I don't know what a moon knight is. Drawing again. Okay, sorry for the small size, but we've got a server 10 now. All right, B1001, cool. Could be. Yep, it could well be a B1001 left on the board somewhere. As a backup, there's one res, but could be a backup. Okay, so the runner is going to do a legwork into HQ, which is Hushed Funhouse. Seeing Opera Research Lady Liberty, which, whilst that's not a surprise to the players who've seen each other's deck lists, I did not know that was in the deck, because I don't think we saw that in the previous game. Now Hush is being moved on to R&D and draft a res. Unseen card there. Right, that's server 10. Yep, that's right, was a federal fundraising, so there are now 2 federal fundraisings in operation, allowing really quite a lot of knowledge of what's in R&D. And quite a, and options for draw. Only 1 card extra drawn at this stage, but could be more. I think that, yep, another draw as the second federal fundraising is considered. Something into server 1, ice onto server 1, something is server 11. Probably a bit of a concerning board state for the runner, given that Sansan City Grid could help with a faster advance. I am going to see whether it's possible to zoom in at this stage. Yes, good. Slightly easier to see. Now, are we scrolling properly? No, we are not. So we're now on the runner's turn. Just considering, okay, we have DJ Fenris and also Steve Cambridge, who I think has been the favoured pick today, going to HQ. There's 21 cards in the heap, so quite a lot of choices there. Hush is on Funhouse on HQ. It's moved. Seeing a self-growth program and getting some creative commissions back. And a clot went to the bin just then as well. Right, so Lady Liberty is server 11. And, sorry, Rashida Jahim was in server 1. Federal fundraising, again, giving a lot of ability to manipulate the top of R&D and to see what cards they're there, possibly draw. Which does result in quite a bit of thinking as well. Day drawing 1 with federal fundraising though. And looking at the second federal fundraising, right, now drawing, so 7 cards in hand. We have a serve 12. We have a serve 13. And I guess the 2 AR enhanced security scored is indirectly protecting all of these. Okay, what is the runner doing? Rigging up to install a simul chip. Of course, Anikam assisting with extra card draw from the rigging up use. Right, legwork again into HQ with, so that's a hushed funhouse on HQ. And Buzzsaw is fine to get through. Right, so Steve is offering Dirty Laundry or Creative Commission, and on access to HQ, there's shipment of Vladisibirsk, a South Growth program, and a drafter. So unfortunately for the runner, no agendas there, although they could be in the other cards, we don't know. Now, I don't really want to scroll back, but I'm just wondering whether Rashida didn't get used at that stage. Okay, so the runner is using Dirty Laundry on Lady Liberty. One of the server 12 it was a Maryland campaign. So that's 2 of them out currently. Federal fundraising, of course, 2 of them also available. The Maryland hasn't been used yet, so that federal fundraising can be viewed once. Then Maryland will have the shuffle operation. Then Maryland will have the shuffle operation, and then I would guess that the other federal fundraising can be used to have a look at the results of that shuffle. No? Okay. Maybe not. Ice onto HQ, which doesn't have hush on it. Ice onto Lady Liberty. And just a credit. Simul chip is going to install something. It's the hush. Clot was also possible, and I think there might be something else. Okay, so Dirty Laundry onto R&D. The ice is hushed. Sorry, I said R&D. I meant HQ. Really sorry. That's HQ. Oppo Research was the card scene. Hush is now getting moved to the outer ice of R&D, which is not rezzed at this stage. And we are using the Maker's Eye. Oh, yep. Okay, yep. Catching up, it's the Maker's Eye going into R&D with a hushed out of ice. Probably contemplating whether that needs to be resed or not. No res there, going to drafter, which Echelon can deal with. Going into R&D, which at this moment I think it has 16 cards left. The numbers are getting very small to read. Okay, unseen card, Mavirus. Purging virus counters, which is not actually too much of a bother at the moment. Another unseen card. I guess one of the issues is the federal fundraising does allow for quite a lot of manipulation of R&D. Okay, we're going server 7, which is, chat was predicting it was a B1001, and it is. Back to the corpse turn. Federal fundraising. By the way, lady, right, that's the end of the game. That is a Bellona with Lady Liberty at 3. Well done, both players. We may see them back again in a moment. I'm just going to go to a holding screen for a moment. But yeah, really well done. And we got to see a different way of playing the same deck we saw earlier. Oh, one moment. You probably know the Jinteki.net sounds. So if you wish to have a look at everything that was resed, that was what everything was. Just so you can see. We might go to music for a tinsy bit and then be back with the next game. It looks like we're coming back very soon. We're starting up. Right, okay. Both players are here. This is sort of... Okay, these two are the finalists. It's Haver of Fun and Augustus Caesar. And just ready for a moment. I might just say that everything's ready to stream, I hope. This will be untimed, and players can just, you know, take a moment. Particularly Augustus Caesar might want to take a moment after that game. And the players have also just had the opportunity to look at each other's deck lists, although I guess they are gradually seeing things as the day goes on. Just a few, yeah. The players get time to just get ready. Okay. And here we go. Did I... Okay, so we have Sable being played by Augustus Caesar, taking the other side, and Haver of Fun is Wayland Consortium, which I don't think we've seen yet. What Haver of Fun is doing with the Wayland Consortium built to last. Okay, this is an all TAI Breakers final. I think they are both in the same testing group. Hoping it's a good game. Ice on R&D and 1 advancement. Ice on to HQ. The built to last, of course, benefiting from advancing ice, and the runner straight into HQ, which is Sable's mark. So that's a border control res, which Sable can't get through at the moment. Getting a bankroll down very fast and into R&D, no res there. Also a daily casts down. And just mentioning after that, the runner is at 1 credit and the corp is at 3 credits. Just drawing an extra card for the corp. Border control not being an ice that can be advanced to get any money for built to last. And the corp just gaining credits. Right, Dr. Nuka is coming down for the runner and immediately used, going into R&D again. Okay, that's a res this time. That was a Mesnichestva that was advanced. That ends the run without any breakers down. Gaining credit. Something, there's an ice on archives now. Which has just been advanced, of course, gaining the 2 credits. Bravado is going into archives, and there's no res there. The only item in archives at the moment is Clearinghouse. Sorry, that was a quick class act down, Hermes down. There's a server 1 being advanced. Right, Dr. Nuka. There are 2 advancements on server 1, but no ice. Dr. Nuka being used, together with the class act to give more choice. Carpe Diem and not using the run into HQ. The twinning is being installed. Miss Bones discarded. Okay, so that was an NGO front in the server without ice. And now government subsidy is possible, and another ice onto HQ, which was advanced. Daily casts continuing to help. Drawing a card. Several cards. Okay, Bravado into archives again, but this time the Arquette is rezzed, which is not possible to get through. Seeing a Paladin Poemu come down, which will help with the twinning. Arquette being advanced to 3 now, and another server being created with 1 advanced ice. Card drawn with quite a bit of filter, well, at least with some filtering. Wake implant coming down. And unfortunately a pinhole threading trashed due to meat damage. I guess not useful at the moment, but possibly in the future. Right. Secure and Protect being played to reveal Winchester, sorry. And something going into server 2. Winchester, I think, going on to HQ. The runner drawing again. Probably very keen on breakers. Finding a unity. Because at the moment everything is protected by ice. And an Al Makwa being discarded. So the corp is rezzing wall to wall, and being able to use basically all 3 of the options. The ice is getting advanced. Further ice also advanced. Both the corp and the runner moving to healthy amounts of money, 11 and 16 for the runner. The Mark hasn't been playing much of a focus in this game, but the Mark's currently R&D. The runner continuing to draw Shore Gamble. now Makwa is coming down, wall-to-wall being used. Something in server 3, that's a spin doctor being raised. Hedge fund for extra money. Ice on R&D, not advanced this time. Runner continuing to draw one or more cards at the beginning of turn. Sable still, well, no, Sable now, R&D. But I don't know if that will be used as a mark. Bravado, yes, it is indeed being used. Bravado on R&D. That reveals a tree line on the outer. And that's an end of the run. The twinning is, however, building up quite a bit, and there's an info bounty now. Nope. Yes, there is. Wall-to-wall use, but perhaps that was not quite the thing due to the spin doctor. The players perhaps joking that about the Nobo. The wall-to-wall chosen was drawing a card. Something has gone into server 2 and is getting 2 advancements on it. But wall-to-wall is still in server 2. The runner continuing to draw several times. Yeah. I guess still concerned about breakers. Okay, we're making a run on server 2, which has a double advanced Pharos. And the runner is leaving. That is not anyone's favorite to encounter. Okay, flip switch. Was that? Yeah, flip switch was used to remove a tag. It was only briefly installed. So spin doctor shuffles NGO front and something else back into R&D. Wall to wall can then be fully used. We've got subliminal messaging coming out, which of course assists the corp when the runner isn't running much, and I do appreciate that there's a lot of ice and quite a lot of advanced ice. Did I say the Pharos was 2? It's 3 advanced at the moment. Further advances on tree line. More ice onto server 2, which is also advanced. And built to last is not just a first time. Okay, the runner now has echelon. Using Shore Gamble, but not making a run this time. Wall to wall, again being fully utilized. Subliminal messaging, again assisting. How many subliminal messaging? At least one. Hedge fund. Something else is going in server 2 and is getting an advancement. Okay, Kurupira is now found and installed. So that would be Haver of Fun is saying it's maths time. So the runner is deciding to go to HQ. There's one of each sort of breaker on the board. Also, Makwa, which hasn't yet got any counters on it. Even Bankroll only has 2 counters at the moment, but presumably more. So considering a resing on HQ or not. Right, that's a Winchester. I think we knew that maybe. Next one, single advancement. It is not resed, but then there's the border control, which is used this time for border control. Right, and now a dirty laundry into HQ. Note that Sable's mark is R&D, but never mind. So through no res, using the twinning to find STS drone deployment and bankroll being the one trashed. Then Hermes use to remove one of the ice projecting server 2. Also Pharos accessed in HQ, and the above the law was stolen as well at the same time. So that was really quite a big turn, and Haver of Fun is saying that they are not a fan at all of that. Going through wall to wall, so that's 5 agenda points very suddenly for Augustus from HQ. Advancing the HQ ice that wasn't resed yet. Government subsidy. More ice onto server 2. I mean, I guess that's a total of 2 ice on server 2. No advancements or changes to the other 2 items there. The runner continuing to draw using the class act. Dirty laundry this time to R&D, which is not Sable's marks, but that doesn't matter. Mesnichstva counter being used. Biovolt. Used to the end the run. And that was one of the items in server 2. Other item with 1 advancement is still unknown. Augustus just drawing and gaining a credit. Paladin Poemu used to trash info bounty. Perhaps not getting great usage. Wall to wall, however, getting usage. A new card is put into server 4. Drawing. And then, I'm not sure what got advanced, but at any rate, 2 credits gained with Built to Last. The runner going after server 4, which is a Spin Doctor, popped very quickly to shuffle back 2 unseen cards. So the Biobot remaining in archives. the twinning at 6 counters at the moment, and there is a boomerang in store. Going into R&D, which is the mark. Using Wake Implant to access an extra card, and 4 unseen cards, a trash of Biovault. So that's 2 Biovaults in Archives. Wall to wall, some subliminal messaging use, Trojan Horse, which I think Augustus was kind of anticipating, but hoping not for. Trojan Horse is being used to trash Kurupira. Which is certainly important for some of the really big ice. We have a government subsidy for extra money and a 3rd ice onto HQ. The runner beginning by drawing again and putting out Jezre. The players are teasing each other, probably knowing quite a lot about each other's decks and playstyles. Wall to wall getting its maximum usage as well as subliminal messaging. An extra ice onto server 2. See an extra ice onto R&D, and I think also just continuing to use Built to Last in terms of advancing and gaining money. If you're asking which round is this, these are the finalists. Augustus saying, if you can show me 2 barriers in each of the important servers, I'm happy to concede here and have a fun, saying no comment. Okay, Augustus saying theoretical outs, here I come. The runner is drawing again with Class Act. The twinning is again at 6. Boomerang is being placed on R&D, possibly in preparation, yes, for an R&D run. The outermost ice is res to be it's a Hortum. Which is not too taxing on Unity, but the runner is now at 0 credits. Will be able to pass Tree Line, which is the next one, with Boomerang, and not sure the plan quite here. Oh, Chesva, of course. and Miss Nichestva's losing money clause not really having any use. Seeing 3 unseen cards in R&D, but unfortunately for the runner, nothing in R&D. Okay, no free lunch coming out. Again at the beginning of turn, wall to wall, which can be used for 3 of the options, which the options are draw a card, gain 1 credit, an advancement, or add this asset to HQ. So actually that has been added to HQ this time. With an advancement and a card drawn. Second advancement on whatever is in server 2 and has been waiting there for a while. New server 5 created. Something else going into server 2. Drawing with class act, and then several other draws and a credit gained. Okay, so one of the items in server 2 is another wall to wall, which can be fully used, and subliminal messaging again. However, something put into server 2 and this time advanced twice. This is probably going to require some thinking from the runner. They've got 5 agenda points and everything except the fractor out due to Trojan horse earlier. Another boomerang coming. Quite a lot of, well, 5 counters on 20. Approaching R&D, and the outermost ice is Horton with 1 counter on it. Again, not much money on this run. Again, boomerang to deal with tree line. Miss Nichestva not really being a problem, but Biovolt is certainly a problem. Oh, so that was an STS drone deployment that was just scored and used to trash Unity. Now, Hermes is putting an ice that was on HQ back into HQ. Runner now drawing to begin, and using no free lunch for the money game, and doing some math here. The runner is at 3 credits. Another boomerang install. The corp, by the way, is at 13 credits. Runner deciding to run HQ. Boomerang on the outside, that is an Arquette. Moving on to the Winchester, and Jesper being very helpful with central servers. However, I don't think that was fully broken, and Winchester was used to trash Hermes, which is quite a big deal. Sable, then using wake implant twinning to see wall-to-wall clearinghouse and hedge fund. Not the agendas that the runner was almost certainly wanting. Something has gone straight into server 2 from the corp side. It's getting advanced twice. The runner still drawing. Another boomerang. Having a look in server 5, which isn't protected by... Oh no, that wasn't right. Oh, dear. So I think there was a little bit of miscommunication. The spin doctor was rezzed anyway, even despite with the misclick. Okay, so maybe this is going to be a discussion with the judge for just a moment. Yeah, this might need to be a bit of a discussion. Craw is there, just having a moment. Casual event, so we can be lenient. But not quite sure. Right, R&D is completely unordered. I think that's right. I don't think anyone's had a look at it for a while. Okay, undo the click. Hasn't quite worked actually. Just on a JNet issue. So there's yeah, there's been timing of this is all very complicated. Just going to have a chat in Discord with Have a Fun just to finish sorting this out. Just a little pause for a minute. This isn't a timed match, so there's no concerns about time here. And it's a very carefully balanced moment, because the runner certainly has 5 agendas to the corpse 3, but unfortunately has lost a number of breakers, and the corpse servers look very well defended, because it's built to last, multiple types of advancements. There's something in server 2. It has 2 advancements, so quite the moment, but I'm sure we'll sort that out. Sort out the judge call in just a moment. Okay, so it looks like we're putting the cards that were drawn back into R&D. Okay, yep, it's been confirmed that the cards are the cards that were drawn. That's correct. So you can shuffle R&D and de-res spin safely without any problems. Okay, all resolved now. Ready to go now. I think it was going to be a run on server 2 was what the plan was without that slight interruption. Okay, so we're at server 2. What is the outermost ice? It is Treeline. Which allows for an end the run. Right. Okay, so that was an advance. So that was send a message in server 2, which has been advanced, taking the corp to 6 points and also allowing for a Pharos res. So there are 2 Pharoses with 3 advancements each on server 2. One of them does have a boomerang on it. Runner just moneying up and then going to HQ. Winchester again being used with a trace. Trace successful. Oh, I need to click on that for you so that you can read it. Trash an installed piece of hardware, but no action there. Right, Sable gaining. Sable gaining a click, but most importantly, above the law getting stolen. Also saw a wall-to-wall clearinghouse and another wall-to-wall. Wait, was I right? No. No. That was already stolen above the law some time ago. Sorry. Again, runner money up and going for the next attack. In between time, the corp did hedge fund, advance on various ice. Okay, we're going for HQ again. But jacking out after Arquette. Right, something is going into server 2. And that Arquette is now getting advanced. Okay, so runner running on server 5. Yes, that is the Spin Doctor. It is very promptly popped. And shuffling unseen cards back. And then the runner gaining credits, now at 7. The Corp is actually at 2 at the moment. Raising wall to wall. Using it, but then putting it back into HQ. Something is in server 2, and it has 2 advancements on it. Runner just gaining money again, readying for an attack. I'd say the runner is at 11 at the moment, and server 2, that was an STS drone deployment, and that's the game. So have a fun is the overall winner of the circuit opener. You can see a little bit of the chat. And I would like to thank everyone who has played today. Let's see whether insert. Yes, there we go. Big congratulations to Have Real Fun. Congratulations to all of the people who made Top Cut, and also everyone who played. Thank you, thank you, thank you to Craw. Very big thank you. And if you have any thoughts about who the people are that I've been, like the guessing game that I've been showing you, I will give it a moment and then I'll let it circulate for at least 2 times. And please DM me. On Discord, it's Ginevra_makes, similar to this stream. Please DM me your suggestions, whether you're just in chat and watching, or whether you played. And yep, congratulations once again to Alex, and thank you everyone. Thank you very much for playing. Whoops. Are we going? I'll let this go twice from A. If you have any further thoughts, and see ya.